Hello and welcome to V8 TechWorks. Today we are going to look at this expense tracker application whereby we can be able to add our expenses here. We can be able to see our reports. Also, we can able to do things like deletion, and also we can be able to edit the expenses. And also we can be able to search. For example, here I can search for food like that, and also we can be able to click here and delete. If I want to delete this expense for birthday, I can click here and you'll be able to see it will reload, and then you can see now that part for we have deleted the food expenses. The other thing is that here we have a repair, and when you delete, for example, you can see your report changes here. For example, we don't have birthday here. Also here, for example, I want to edit this repair, my repair here. I can do that. I can be able to come here and edit. Now here I can add something like it's not a repair. I can add something like maybe snacks. Let me add snacks here, and here I can enter the amount. Maybe it is $20, and here also I can edit the date. Maybe it's date 17 and then May 2024, and then when I update this, it will load again, and this time you'll see this one is snacks. And also if you come to report here, you'll be able to see the snacks here, and you can see for the Halloween we used 1,500. For the food here we have used $245, and the one that is small here in this pie chart is this one for snacks, which is $20. And also down here you can be able to see this total. You can be able to see this total here, which is a total of 1,765 for all our expenses. So let's try and add another expense. So for example, here I want to add another expense, and let us say this expense is internet expense, like that. And here actually I can add also amount. Actually here I should add amount, not like the name of the snacks. So I'm going to add like maybe the internet I used, maybe something like $50 as an expense. And also here I can choose the date. For example, here I can add the date was 12 March or 12 May 2024, that is, and then I can be able to add that expense. And when I come here and reload again, you'd be able to see we have this internet expense here. And also when we go back to our expense report here, we can be able to see in our pie chart that this one has been added. We have this part that we are calling internet, and internet is $50. So not only that, this application is uses automation, because when you spend more than $10,000, it will send you a warning email. So let's do that. And for example, here let me add another expense that I will add. Maybe it's maybe something like a car, maybe. So or maybe let's add here like a holiday. So a holiday. And then here I add like the amount that I used. I used something like $10,000 here. And then I'm going to also add here the date, and let me add the expense. So when I add this expense here, and then when you come also to the code here, you'll be able to see we have emails that are being sent here. So this one is automation. Exactly when the total comes to more than 10,000, you'll be sent an email, and then let me show you the email. So let's see the email that you are being sent. So if I come to my email here, you'll be able to see emails that have been sent. So we have that part of automation. So let me click here, and you can see here a warning. Your total expenses is 10,000. Please review your expenses. So you can see here your total expenses is $10,000. Please review your expenses. So that is it. That's something of the sort. And also that is the main work of the the background services, because in our application we have some part that is called background services, and I will show you how to do that. So here we have our expense tracker, which is our front end. We have our backend here, which we have built using Node.js, and we have connected to our MongoDB. Also, we have background services. This is the application that is responsible, or this is the part that is responsible for checking databases if you have spent more than $10,000, and then sending you an email automatically to your inbox, or maybe to someone who want, or maybe where you want to send the email. So this is the automation, because this background services is running behind the scene and then checking the database after every minute, checking if you have already spent more than $10,000, and then it will send you an email. So let me show you how this application also is structured. So in this application is a simple application for beginner, which is beginner friendly, and then it will show you also how to make a very efficient application and how to make the separation of concern when it comes to creating application. For a start, here we have our front end. A front end, we are going to use React, and here also we have our backend that we are going to use Node.js. And also here, this one for the node, for our backend, it will be responsible for things like CRUD operation, creating expenses in our database, and also fetching the data from other databases, things like updating and also deletion. So from our MongoDB, also we'll be having background services here, and the background services is the application that will be running after every time that we'll set, and then it will be checking database for maybe expenses. If all the total expenses have reached more than $10,000, and then it will send a warning email and to tell you to review your expenses. So also you can be able to see that background services only interact with a deep database, and it interact with the same database with our backend here. So it is interacting only with our database, it is not actually interacting with the front end, and also it is not interacting also with our backend here. So that is the main work of this application. And also in this application, I'm going also to show you how to use ChatGPT also to be able to code your application. So at some point I'll be showing you some prompt that I used and how I use ChatGPT to be able to make my work easier when I'm coding. So for example, here you'll be able to see some prompts that I have built and I will give you for free. Also, I'm going to add the GitHub or the link of this code to the description of this video, so that you'll be able to clone it and use it, or maybe modify it if you want. Also, you'll be able to get the full access of this code here in the description of the video. So that is what I was going to show you. So they are going to build this application in a series of videos, and you can follow along, and you can also make sure that you clone the code, and I will be adding the link of my GitHub or the repo where I'm going to push this code to, so that you can clone it, and when you're following the video you can also be checking. So that is what we are going to do. Also, another thing is that how you can support this YouTube channel is by liking this video and also subscribing to this YouTube channel, because I noticed like 80% of those people who watch this YouTube channel have not subscribed. So you can kindly do that, and if you feel more generous, I will add my PayPal email in the description of this video, so that maybe if you want to donate, you can donate there. So see you in the first video where we are going to start coding this beautiful application. 8 Tech Works. So today we are going to start creating this expense tracker here using MERN stack. And another thing is that if you haven't gone through the introduction video, just go through the introduction video first, so that you'll understand what we are going to create. In the introduction video, we go through the whole project and the things that we are going to implement, and also you can be able to see eventually the source code. If you look at the description of the very first video, you can be able to see the source code and the link to the GitHub, and also you can consider leaving the star on that GitHub. And the other thing is that I noticed like 80% of those people who are watching this channel have not subscribed, so kindly consider subscribing and also like this video so that we grow together. So now let's get into the video where we are going to start creating this. Now we are going to start with this diagram here. We are going to see parts that we are going to have in our project. So the first thing that we are going to have is this front end. We are going to have our backend here. We are going to have this part that we are calling background services, and also here you can see MongoDB. So we have all these parts, and we have 4 parts here. So this is a simple application, but also it's a very good project that will teach you a lot of things, including things like background services, of which I have not seen anybody else teaching this in YouTube. So what we are going to do is that we are going to create a folder. So let us go into our computer here, and then I'm going to go to this part that we are calling YouTube 2024, and also you can see other projects that I have built here. You can look for this shift taking application which I made through MERN with MERN stack, that is, and I'm going to create here another folder, and this folder we are going to call it this folder we can call it maybe expense tracker. So expense tracker here, I think this is the name here, but I want to create it very well. So this is expense tracker here. The other thing that I'm going to do, if you have VS Code, you know how you can be able to open the project. You can be able to use command prompt. So let's see. So I can go to command prompt here and then navigate to documents. And then inside document, I have a folder called YouTube, and also inside YouTube 2024, I have this part that I'm calling expense tracker. So I'm going to open my code here using code and then dot. This will open the VS Code inside that folder. So if you open like that, you'll be able to see this part that we are calling, or we are going to open VS Code inside this folder here. And if you see my VS Code is look different, the interface or the appearance is different, that is because I'm using a plugin that is called Ninja here. So I think it's called Console Ninja, or not Ninja, actually it is Firefly. So it is Firefly. So Firefly Pro. So Firefly Pro, you can see this one here. This is what I'm using, so that you can install this also if you want your VS Code to look like this. So this is the plugin that I'm using, so that's why you are seeing my VS Code looks different. So and the appearance is it is different from the other. So that is it. So the other thing that we are going to do is to create this folder is here, because we have 1, 2, 3, and then 4. So I'm going to create those folder here. So we have the very first folder. So the very first folder here, I'm going to call it front end, like that. And also we are going to have another one that we are going to call backend, like that. And then the other thing is also we can have like background services here, like that. And also we have another one. I think we have or it is just 3. Let me see. Yeah, it is just 3 because we are not going to have this MongoDB, because MongoDB, we are going to use MongoDB in their website. So that is it. So now where we can start by creating a MongoDB database. So we can go to MongoDB website. So actually I can be able to see this, and let it reload. And also you can let me know in comment section if you have ever built something related to background services, so that also I know how to teach these background services, because background services brings the automation in application. We can be able to bring automation in our application, because in our application we are going to have this part that we are calling background services that will be running after every time that we are going to specify, and then it will be checking if our expenses have reached $10,000, and then it will send the warning email. So that is the work of background services. So just let me know in the comment section if you have ever come across background services, and if you have ever learned about background services, because I have never seen somebody teaching about background services and how to achieve automation like this in YouTube. So now if we come here, we can create a new project. So I'm going to create a project here. So on this project, we are going to call this project something like expense tracker. Let me try expense tracker here, like that. Expense tracker, like that. And then here we can be able to have the expense tracker here, like that. And also the other thing is we can create a project now. So let's create a project here, like that. So I'm creating the project like that. Let's see. So it's taking time, so we are going to give it time. So the other thing that we are going to create is something that we call deployment, or maybe cluster. So let's first of all create cluster here. So you can see the whole process here as I am building here. So we can go through it together, and then you do it for yourself later, or maybe you can go process by process, and you'll be able to see how you can work through, or to how to create the MongoDB database. So you can see here we have different clusters, but we are going to create this for free first of all, because this is a project that we are going to work on and to exercise on. And also maybe when you build a very big project, now you can start paying for these other clusters. So the other thing is also the MongoDB is very cheap, because you can see the storage that is giving you, also the RAM that is shared also, and we have a vCPU. So it is a very nice package. So what we are going to do also here, you can select AWS, you can select Google Cloud, you can be able also to select Azure. So I'm going to create deployment now. So let us create deployment, and then we can be able to solve this captcha. So crossroad, I think that is crossroad, this also, and also this, you can see crossroad here. So I think I have solved it. So let us verify. I don't think we have any other crossroad. And then after this, let's see. So here we can have this username here, but I don't want to do that. I'm going to work on it later. So let me create here, and here I cannot see where we should specify like the permission. Set up your user security permission. So let me do that later. So I'm going to do that later. And the other thing is that I'm going to use drivers to be able to connect to my MongoDB database. So I'm going to copy this. First of all, I'm going to copy this here, MongoDB, and then I'm going to add done, like that. And then the other thing is that we can be able to save that first of all. So I'm going to look for Notepad. So Notepad, like that. I'm going to paste that URL here, and then I'm going to now see the database here. I'm going to get the database here, and also I'm going to go here to network. So let's go to network here. Can be able to see we have network here, and you can see where we have added my IP address. It has added my IP address by default, so I can add another IP address to access from anywhere. So this is dot 0 here, dot 0 like that, and then /0. That means that you need it will be accessed from anywhere. So allow access from anywhere, or even you can click here if you want. So you can click there and confirm that, and you'll be able to see that it has been included. So this one means that your database will be accessed from everywhere. So also I'm going to delete this database, so don't use my own database. Create your own database and then go through the process so that you get this driver here to connect it with your MongoDB. So the other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to come here to database access, and here we need to create a user. So create user and the password here. So I'm going to call this Mongo 2024, and then here also I'm going to call it Mongo 2024, like that. So I'm going to do that, and also I'm going to create here built-in role. So I'm going to select the role. I'm going to say this is Atlas admin, or maybe read and write to any database, or maybe let me add here as a Atlas admin, like that. And also we can add user. So that is it. So what we are going to do now, we can be able, now we have our driver here and we have our username. So our username is MongoDB, so Mongo 2024, and also we have our password here as Mongo 2024. So Mongo 2024, that means now we have created our database. So the part for database we have completed. Now we want to get into creating now our backend, because in most of my project I start by creating backend, and then later on we are going to create now this part that we are calling frontend. So we are going to create now backend and then create background services, and later on we are going to create frontend here. So now let's go to, because we have our MongoDB here, let's create backend here and also make sure that we have connected our MongoDB with our backend here. So let's get into this part, and we are going to open our terminal here inside this part. So new terminal here, let it open. So for here you can be able to use PowerShell, or maybe if you have installed Git Bash, you can be able to use Git Bash. If you if you know more about Linux, you can be able to use Git Bash, and make sure you install Git Bash so that you can select it like that, or maybe you can just use this one, the PowerShell. So I'm going to use PowerShell. Because I know most people, maybe they don't know about Linux. So here I'm going to get into my backend, so cd backend, and then inside here I'm going to start or initialize my Node application. So I'm going to add here, actually it is npm init and then -y. So that means that I accept everything that I want to, that will come, all that the Node.js will ask me when I'm installing it. So I'm going to initialize it like that. So npm init and then -y. And if you now check inside here, now we have this package.json, and this is where we are going to control, or this one will give you more information about the packages that we are going to install. They will be here under dependencies. So you can be able to see, we don't have dependencies right now, but in future you'll be able to see dependencies. So this package.json is very important. So the other thing that I'm going to do, let me clear here. So now I'm going to install other packages that will help us to create our backend. The first one is Express. Also, we are going to have .env like that. And also the other thing is we can have calls. And also we can have Mongoose that will help us to connect with our database. And also we can have, I think these are okay. I think for now we have everything that we want. So let us install these packages here. So as it is installing, the other thing that I want to show you is also inside here you can add another file, and this file is called gitignore. So gitignore here. So this gitignore, this is where you put all the files and folders that you don't want to push to GitHub. So for example, I don't want to push another folder that is called node modules, because it contains all the packages that we install. So here you'd be able to see node modules, but we won't be pushing it to GitHub. Also, I don't want to push .env file, because this is where you put all secret things like secret key, API keys, and things like that. So I don't want to push that. So let me save this. And also, if there's something else that I don't want to push, I will put it here. So what I'm going to also do, you can be able now to see node underscore modules, because this is where my packages have been installed. And if you come here to package.json, you can be able to see now we have these dependencies. You can see the packages that we have installed. And that's why I don't want to push these node modules, because when you clone my code and you do npm install and come into backend and do something called npm install, let me just scroll up. So, and then do npm install here. This package.json will tell the Node.js the packages that should be installed, and that will automatically create this folder that is called node modules with all the packages that I had already used in that project. So let us close this. And the other thing that I want to create here, it is our index.js, and this is where we are going to create our server and our web server here. So this is where we need to create our web server. So the first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to import Express. So to import in Node.js, you use require. So require here, and we are going to import Express. Also, we are going to import calls. So const calls like that. So require, and then this one calls like that. Also, we can have another one. We can also import Mongoose. So const Mongoose, and then we are going to require Mongoose like that. We can also have the other part also. Maybe we can have a part like .env, or another package like .env. So the .env here, and also we can require .env like that. So now the other thing that we are going to do is that we are going to do .env and then .config like that. So also we are going to have like here we are going to have our middleware, or maybe let's say db connection, and from here I want to also create now another file that we are going to put it secretive things like here .env, and this .env here we are going to have. So let me see. So we are going to have port. Let me call them port with capital letters. So port, and the port I'm going to use port 445. So maybe something like 5000 like that. And also I'm going to have another variable that is called db underscore connection like that. And here we are going now to take our driver here. So this URL here that we created our database, and remember here we changed the username and then the password. So I'm going to save that, and then when we get inside here now we can be able to use this port. So we can be able to use this port here, and also db connection, this variable here, to be able to connect with our MongoDB. So get in here, and then the first thing that we are going to do is we're going to have Mongoose. So Mongoose, and then we are going to say .connect first of all, and then here to use now the variable that is inside this .env here, we can use process.env and then the name of that variable, and that variable we call it db underscore connection like that. and then here we can be able to have .then. And then the other thing is that if you have not installed this package that is called .env, and also you have not configured it using this line of code that is .env.config, and then that means that you'll not be able to use this file here that is called .env. So now inside here we can have .then, so after you have tried to connect, you'll get results. So inside here, if .then here, so let me have a function inside here .then, we are going to have here, that means that this one have connected. So I'm going to do console log here, and then I'm going to add here connection. So I don't know why I'm having a lot of text here in my screen. So here I'm going to add db connection is successful like that. So also if you're trying to connect, you can have error. So we can have .catch here, .catch error. So inside here also we have error. You can have an error, and then here we can have now, using this callback function, we can console log and then this error now. So we can console the error there, so that we able to see what is happening. So now the other thing is we need now to initialize. We need to initialize our server. By doing that, we first of all we need to come here and do const app, and then we are going to call this function that we are calling Express from this package that we have installed here called Express. And now after now db connection here, we are going to look to reason, and here we can reason for if our server is running. And here to do that, we are going to use process.env.port. So this is the port that we are going to reason. And then the other thing here, we are going to have another like a callback. So this function that is called reason, app.reason, it takes the port number and also the callback function. So inside here we can be able to console log. So console log here, and we are going to use this backtick here to do text interpolation. So here I'm going to say server is running on port, and then I can be able to use $sign, and then here I can be able to use process.env and then .port now the variable name. It should match with the variable name that is inside this .env file. So you can see this is port with capital letter, so that must match. So I'm going to save this, and I'm going also to push this down first of all. So also let me clear this. So I can clear that, and here now you can be able to see how we have been able to connect to our MongoDB, and also here how we have been able to reason for that port for us to be able to create that server. So what we are going to do also here, we are going to have a middleware. So let's have a middleware. So middleware here, middleware. This is where we are going to do app.use for our middleware. So here we are going to have like course, and then we open course. So this course, if we open this course, this means that our server will be able to have or to accept requests from any place. And if you want to specify like a very certain server, or maybe a certain URL that you want it only to access the resources in your server, then you can add here other things like how you want it to, or the origin where you only need it to access the server. That is to improve on security. But right now, if you do course and then open these brackets here, that means that your server can have requests from any URL or from any other server or maybe from any web application. So we are going to do that. We are going to also create video talking about course in future. So now the other thing that I want to have here, we are going to have now another route. When we are creating route also, we are going to initialize them here. So as per now, what we are going to do is that we can be able to use node-mon. So if you have not installed node-mod, install node-mon. So here we can use node-mon and then index.js. So to install node-mon, you can install node-mon in globally. So you come here and search for node-mon globally, or how to install node-mon globally in Windows, or maybe the specified OS that you are going to use. So you can even see here, if you do npm install and then -g and nodemon, that means that nodemon will be installed globally, and whenever you are creating a project, you not need to every time installing nodemon, and because nodemon is very important, especially when you are creating node application, because it will be saving the changes and also rerunning your server, and that's how you want it to be, to save on time. So I'm going to run it. So let's see here if our server is running. So our server is running. You can see server is running on port 5000, and also you can be able to see connection is successful, DB connection is successful. So here also I feel like this one should be capital, and here because I have changed, I want you to see the importance of nodemon, because when I save here, let's say I save, you'll be able to see it reruns our server, because if we don't have like our nodemon, then it means that if we change here, we need to save and then come here and rerun our server. But when we have nodemon, it will run our server. So that is it. So that is the very first part. So the other part that we are going to look on is inside here, we need to create a models. So these models, this is where we are going to specify our model for our database. So now inside here, we are going to create expense, because our application is about expense or expenses. We can have them here. We have created this expense.js here, and this is where we are going to specify the structure of our database. That's why you can see models here. So this is where we are going to tell MongoDB that our database, we want it to have this and this and this. So here I'm going to first of all import Mongoose. So Mongoose here like that, and I'm going to require, that is import in Node.js. So Mongoose, you can be able to see Mongoose there. And also the other thing that you can have here, you can specify the schema. So I'm going to call the schema expense schema. Let me add here expense schema like that. And also here we can be able to create schema using mongoose.schema. So you can see .schema here, and then here also you can, it is a function that requires an object. And before that also I need to, first of all, before I specify, I need also to make sure that I export. So module.exports here, and we are going to export Mongoose. So Mongoose, and then .model, mongoose.model, and then here we can have expense, and then also that is the name of the database. And also we can have like this part here, what is called Mongoose schema. So we are going to export this schema, and because we have added here mongoose.model, then means Mongoose will go to my database and then we'll create a collection that is called expenses. So here also we are going to have now the specification. So to specify here, you need to create the field that you want. For example, I'm going to have a label, and I'm going to show you why I'm using label later on in this project. So here I'm going to have type. So type here is string. So we have a type of string because label will be the name of our expense. So here also we can have require, and require should be true. So this is true here, and also we are going to have another value or another field. This is value and this is amount for our expense. So this one will be number, like that. And the other thing is we need to have also to require this, and we are going to add here true. The other thing is also we can have something like date. So a date for the expense. So this one is string. So string, and also here we can have like require, and this one is true also, we need to have it. So you can see now these are field, and then we can specify that field, the data type for that field. For example, this is string, this is number, and then this date is string. So I'm going to format this code. So format the code like that. I'm going to save that, and then here we are going to create our routes. So I'm going to show you what I mean. Inside this folder that you are calling backend, we need to have another folder that is called routes, like that. And inside these routes, we can have another file that is called expense.js, like that. And inside here now we can be able to create our route. So I'm going to have const express. I'm going to have to import express. Here I'm going to add here require. So require express. Also the other thing is we can create route now. So I'm going to have const, and then here router, and then here it will be from express dot router. This is our function, and then call that function. And then the other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to export that. First of all, I'm going to export the router. So export and then router here, because I'm going to use it in this file that is called index.js, or our entry file to our server. So here also I'm going to import the expense model, because now I'm going to use my database here. So let me import it, require from now the models. So this is how we access the model, and then expense, like that. So if I talk too fast, you can be able to use gear icon to slow me down, so that you go step by step, or even pause the video and then go back if you feel like I'm talking too fast, or even if I'm going too slow, you can be able to faster or use the gear icon to fasten me. So the other thing is now we can be able to create like routes. For example, here we can have add expense. So add expense, and here we can be able to use router. Now we are going to use router, and then we can use to add expense, you are going to use a method that is called post. So the post here, it is this URL. And then the other thing here, we can be able to specify the callback function, and here it's a request response. And then inside here, now we can have like the method, how we are going to add the expense to our database. So we can have another one here. So I'm going first of all to create them. So get all expenses. So how we get all expenses here, and here we need to do router.get, because this is for fetching now the data. So we are going also to fetch from that route. So then request response, and then in here we need to get all, or to write the code logic to get all expenses from that database. Also here we can have the other one, which is update. So update expense, like that. and then here we can have router, and actually this one should not be capital letter, so router. And then let me see if this add expense, okay. And then here this one is put method because this is for updating, and then here we can have request and then response, and here we can have now the logic for updating the request or updating the expense, that is. So the other thing here, we can have this part that you are calling now deleting, so because we can be able to delete. So this is actually CRUD operation. So delete an expense, and actually I think I should use an expense. So router dot delete now, because this is for deleting, delete method. Here we can have that route, and then here we can have request and then response, and then we can have the logic inside here for deleting an expense. So that is it. And the other thing here is update an expense because it's one, and here also an expense, like that. So let's start here. Now the logic for adding an expense to our database, we are going to have first of all try catch, because this one is a synchronous function and also it can fail. So, and this is because it is a synchronous function, we are going to add a sync here, and also here we are going to have now the logic. So first thing first, I'm going to get the expense, so expense here. And actually I don't know why I'm misspelling expense, and this expense we are going to await, and that's why we added a sync here. And here we can use expense now we are going to use this expense, and then here we need to call this function that we the function by itself, or even we can be able to just make sure that we call this expense, which is our model here, and inside this function we can do request.body, because request.body, that's where we send our data to, so or through. So here we can be able now to save. So to save that, actually we are going to save this, and to save this I'm going to do here, I'm going to add the expense. Now expense dot save. So here actually what you can also be able to do is that, let me call this new expense. So new expense here, and then here we can have now expense, and then this expense here we can add new expense, like that, and then save, call this function like that. And then the other thing you can do is that you can send that, so we can send that to our front end. So this is request or rest.status, and then 201, because 201 is status code for creation. And then here we can be able to do .json, and then we can send the expense here. So the other thing is that also, if there's an error here, we can be able to send it also. We can have like rest.status, and then here we can have something like 500, and then .json, and then we can send the error to our front end also and display it there. So that is it. This is the first part, and also I'm using Prettier to format my code, so you can be able to see Prettier here, and also you can install it through extension. You can come to extension here and be able to look for Prettier. So you can see Prettier here. You can be able to install this, so that if you install this, when you click on the here on the right side, you can be able to select this format code, and it will be able to format it. And also it will give you, if there's an error, it won't be able to format. So you can install this extension that is called Prettier. So now I think the other thing that we can do here is the logic for get all expenses. And here, this is a bit very simple. So I'm going to try and then catch. So here we are going to use here also async and await, async, await. So this is because it's a synchronous function. We are going to have here const expenses. So we are going to fetch all expenses from our database, and then here we can have expense dot find. So this is a function for database for MongoDB actually, and now you can leave it here, but if we want to sort the expenses, we can sort it because we want our expenses to be sorted in a way that the latest expenses should be on top here. So to do that, because if you just fetch them using this function, you'll find that the expense that you did it the last, then it will not be appearing at the top here. So our the latest expense won't appear among the top here, and that is how we want. So you need to sort that. So we can do sort here, and then the other thing is we can have now inside here we can have created art and then give it 1. So I don't know why I'm having those a lot of text, and this one should be -1, not 1. So created art, you can be able to see here, and this one here is function for MongoDB. So you can maybe go through MongoDB documentation and you'll be able to find this. So the other thing is we can do rest status, and then here we can send now our expenses.json, and then here we can have now we can send the expenses now to our front end like that, so that we can display them in our interface. So here also the same thing, we can do rest status 500 and then .json, and we can show the error, so like that, or send the error that is. So here I'm going to format my code to remove these spaces. The other thing here we can have now, we can have this part that you are calling put now, and here we can have try catch, and this we are choosing try catch, and here we are going to update, and also updating is a very simple method. So we are going to do cost expense, and then here we are going to have await, and here we need to have async. So async like that, then here is await. So await, here we need to use expense as our model, and then we are going to use a function by MongoDB that is called find by ID. So find by ID, this one is small letter y, by ID, and or find by ID and update like that. And this function here requires different things, and the first thing that you need to do is to first of all get the ID, and to send the ID you can send the ID here using this path. So I'm going to have here. So here inside this function we can have request, and to get this ID here that you are going to send, you can use request dot params and then dot ID like that. And then the other thing that we can have is we can actually have a comma here, and then inside here we can have different things. So for example, we can have, let's say dot, we can have here, very first thing that we can have here, we can add set, and this is for MongoDB, so don't stress yourself. You can go through the MongoDB and you'll be able to see all this. So here you can have here the what we are calling set here, and this is inside another object. So we can have set and then request body dot body, and then we can have a comma here, and here we can have new, and this one should be true, like that. I'm going to save this and format, so like that. And then after that we can be able to send that. So this one, because we used request.params.id, we know which one we want to update, or which expense we want to update. So, and then you give it the information that comes with the body, request.body. And then from here, now I can be able to send that to my frontend.status. And this one, because it's creation also, we can use .00201. And then here I can add JSON. Also here I can use expense, like that. I can do that. So this is expense, and then here we can be able also to send the error dot status, and then here 500 JSON, and then here we can be able to send error. So error, like that. So now we have the other one for deleting. So I can be able to delete this format here, and to delete also we need to know which expense that we want to delete. So I'm going to use ID here, like update, because we need to know which one we are updating, because for things like fetching or expenses, we don't have ID here because we are fetching everything from our database, and also adding to the database here, we are just pushing it to save it in our database. So we don't have to have ID. And then also the ID that we are going to use, we are given by MongoDB. So now let's try to delete here, try catch, like that. Here we need to have a sync. And then the other thing here we can have a wait now, that is deleting. So expense, and then find. We are going to use this that we are calling find by ID, and delete, like that. Find by ID and delete, and we are going to give it like our ID, which we be sending through this route. So request.params.id, like that. And then after that we can send a message now. So const, so here we can have res.status, and then here it is 201, because this is also creation and destruction. So here we can have res.json, and then we can send like a message like deleted successfully, like that. And also we can come here down, and then can add res.status, and then .json. Actually this is 500, this 500, and then .json, and then here we can send the error. So this is error, like that. So now that is it. I think what else we need here now, everything I think it's just okay. So we don't need to add anything here. So now our route, we need to use it in our this part that we are calling index. So let's go back to our code. So that's why we exported that router, and I want to show you how to use that in index.js. That will come here in index.js, and what we can be able to do here is we can have another part here that we are going to call it here. So let's have our routes, like that, or maybe let me use capital routes. And here first thing is to import now my routes. So here I'm going to export. So here is expense route, and we are going to import by require. So this one here will be from routes, and then from expense, like that. And here I can be able to use that now here. So to do that, I'm going to use an app.use, and then here I can add my route now. My route, I'm going to call it expense or expenses, and then here I can now give it this expense route like that, and that is it. Now that's how you connect your application. So now our backend is okay, and we have finished doing the changes. So here I think there's an error, and this one here, let's see what is it. Mongoose.model, Mongoose is not defined. So this is an error inside this folder here. So Mongoose is not defined. So Mongoose, I think this is, this is a different, this is where we have an error. So I'm going to save this, and then I think now this will clear our error. So I'm going to stop my server, and then let me just rerun it again. So actually it's giving me also an error. So what I'm going to do, let's see, Mongoose export in Express.js models. So this one is giving me error. So I think it's here. And you can see here, if you check here, you can be able to see. Let me first of all close this. Actually here, I want to push this here. So I'm going to come here, and let me push this, or let me push this. Let me push this here, or maybe close it like that. So if you come down here, you'll be able to see this one is different. So I'm going to save this. So this is Mongoose like that. So yeah, so if I come here, and then again I can be able to stop this and then rerun again. Think now this is okay. It's giving me error, so I don't know where the error is coming from, but let's see. So let me see where the error is coming from. Mongoose. So this one is giving me error. So I don't know why I'm having this error here. So let me see where the error is coming from. So Mongoose. So I think this is where the error is coming from. So Mongoose. So let me come here, and then also in my index here, I'm going to copy this like that. So let me copy this, and then I'm going to see the error, where the error is coming from. So I'm going to actually copy and paste here Mongoose, and then here I'm going to use Mongoose. So Mongoose like that. So I think that is it. So let me save this, and then inside here now you can be able to see it is running now. We have our server is running on port 5000, and DB connection is successful. So you have seen the work of Node.js. You can see even Node.js is saving and also rerunning my server. So not saving, but rerunning my server. So that is it. This is the very first part. So we have created our backend. In our next video, I'm going to show you how to test your backend, and also we are going to start creating background services. So that is it. See you on the next video. Remember to like and also subscribe to this YouTube channel and turn on notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. See you the next video. Hello and welcome back. So today we are going to look at background services here. In our last video, we looked at our backend here, and also we created our MongoDB. We made sure that we connected to our backend. Also, we created the CRUD operations like create the expense to the database. Also, we created things like deletion, update, and posting, that is creation, and also things like updating and getting all expenses and things like that. So today we are going to test our backend here, and then we are going to proceed with the background services here, where we are going to create our automation. So remember, we already created MongoDB, and we have our MongoDB right here. So if you haven't gone through the other video, kindly go back and watch the other video that I created the video one, and also you can be able, so that we can be able to be on the same boat. The other thing is, remember to like and also make sure that you have subscribed if you haven't subscribed. And now let's get into the video. Here I'm using Postman. So this is the software that I'm calling Postman, and if you don't have Postman, you can install it, because it will be helping you to test your backend whenever you don't have the maybe front end, whereby you can be able to see, or maybe if you want to test your backend without having the front end. So what we are going to do here is that I'm going to create a request, or maybe I'm going to create correction, whereby the correction will hold out all of our requests. So here I'm going to create a correction. So let me create blank correction here, like that, and I'm going to name this correction. So let me name this correction here. I'm going to call it expense tracker, or maybe it's still being created. So that's why you can see here this is loading. So here also you can see there is another correction here. So because this is still loading, what we can do also is to make sure that we go through our backend so that you understand. So here we have our backend, and remember we created this model here, and this model contains things that we are going to save into our database. Also, this is the structure of our database. Our database will have these values. We have label, we have value, which is amount for our expense, and also we have date. So the other thing is that in our routes here, we created the functionality that we are going to use to create the n expense to the database. Let me push this down. And also we are going to use, or we are going to do get all expenses. You can see get all expenses here. Also update an expense, and also delete an expense here. Those are the things that we are going to do from our backend. So I'm going to just close this folder here that we are calling backend, and I'm going back to Postman here, and in a Postman I'm going to create now this correction here. First of all, I'm going to rename it, and I'm going to call it expense tracker. So make sure if you don't have this Postman, make sure that you have Postman. And also I have made my Postman to be in this dark mode. That's why you can see it is dark, but mostly you can find your Postman will not have this dark mode. So I'm going to call this expense tracker. And the other thing is that here I can have the first request. So I have a request here, and you can see this request is from HTTP localhost and then the server. But here, because our server is running on port 5000, we are going to change that. So you can see here this is 5000. So I'm going to come back here and change. This one should be 5000, and also API here. This one should be expenses. So this is expenses, like that. The other thing is here also I'm going to, let me just check here. So I'm going to rename this request to add expense, sorry. So this one will be add expense, like that. And then also we can have now the values that we are going to send to our database. So the first one here will be now the value. So let me change here to value. So you can create your own. So here we have value, and also we are going to have label. We have label here, and also we have date. So let me create date here. So we have date, and we can have the date here. So this date can be maybe something like 20, maybe this month, and then not like, let's say last month, and then 2024, like that. And also here for the value is just amount, and which we can add as a integer. So here I can say $120, and then the label here, I'm going to change this to maybe something like internet. So this is an internet bill, like that. So I'm going to use small letter here. So I don't know why I'm not able to use small letter there. So here I can add a capital I. So here I can make a post request here to my backend, and let us see. So here we have value, we have label, and we have date. So when we send here, you can see this is not getting this an API and then expenses, and this is because I have added expenses here, API that is, sorry, rather than adding expenses like that. So if I send now, be able to see now we have this part here, and you can see 0201 created. So I'm going back to my database. So here in my database, if I reload again and then see if that expense was created in our database, so it is reloading. So let's see. So before it reload, I can explain what is happening. So here in our backend, this is our entry file this is our entry file that we are calling index.js, and this is where now you find that when we send the request and the request matches these expenses, it will come here, hit these expenses here, and then it will go and check for expenses, this expense route here. So then that request will be sent to our routes here where we have our logic, and inside here in our logic, it will be check which method is it. So here you can see the method is post, and then here now things like now saving will be done here, and you can see we are sending the request using request body. So let me see if the database has already the database is has loaded. So here I can go to collection. So let's see if I'm getting the saving. So here you can see already the expenses have been made, but here you can be able also to see that here we have not saved anything. So what I'm going to do is that let me just try and save it again and then know where the problem is. So here we have we have another expenses that I have sent and try to save into our database. So I think there's some problem somewhere. So here we have the label, so it is still loading. So you can see we don't have the label, the value, and everything. So here you can see only we are just having only the ID and then this underscore v. So let's go into our logic here and let's see what is happening. So right here I'm going to first of all console log. So console log and then request.body like that. So let's make sure that we have this, and I know where the problem is. So I know where the problem is, and the problem that we are having is that our server is not understanding our request. So I'm going to come here in our index.js, and because here in Postman, if you look here, you can be able to see that we are using the raw data here, and also we are using JSON data, and that's why we need to make sure that our server understand the JSON data. So to do that, we are going to come here into middleware, and I'm going to do app.use, and then here I can say express.json like that, and then I think now this will work. So express.json, and then let's send this again. So I'm going to send that, and let me reload again here, be able to see if our application will work. So it is reloading, and also here let me see the code. So in our expense here we are going to send this expense here. So here we have new expense, and also let me see if this is working. So here we have 3, but it still is not working. So I'm going to delete all of these documents here like that. And then also I'm going to delete this here. So now let's see where the problem is. So here I don't understand where the problem is. So what I'm going to do, first of all, I want to know if we are sending the right information. So request.body, and then let's console log that and save this. So when I just save, and you can see our node.mon is reloading. So let's see if it will print our request.body here and see what the data is being sent. So let me just do that. So send that, and here we'll be able to see, you can see here this is undefined, so that means it doesn't understand, or it is not sending any data. So what we are going to do now, let's go back and check where the problem is. If you check into our Postman here, you can be able to see that we are sending using Postman, and you can see also it is /expenses, also the value, and then the value, the label, and then the date. So this one is creating, but I don't know why you're having that problem. So let me check also in our model if we have the same. We have the label, which is of type string, and also we have value, which is value is number. Let me also check that. So that is value, and also we have date, which is also a string. So that is it. So let me first of all pause the video and then see where the problem is, and also I will explain to you where the problem is. So now I have checked where the problem was, and this is because I used routes here before this update, or this middleware that is for checking the JSON data or converting data to JSON, and also, or maybe the Express are accepting the JSON data, and also making sure that Express itself understand that, express the JSON data. So what we are going to do is that you need to remove these routes up here and make sure that it is here down the middleware, so that every time that you are making the request, when the Node.js is running this application, first of all, it will be accepting or understanding the JSON data before even it goes to this route here. So let us save this, and then let's now continue. Let's create another expense. So when we send here like that, you'll be able, and then come back to here in our MongoDB, and then reload again. We'll be able to see that we are creating expenses now. So after it has loaded, let's see. So here we'll be able to see we have these two bills that we have created here. So internet bill. So this one I created when I was testing where the problem is, and this one is the one that we have sent right now. And now if we can do this now, we can create another request here, and this request here we are going to call it get all expenses. So I'm going to name here, or to create another request. So where is the request? Add request, and then this request here, I'm going to call this request. Let me rename here to this request here. We are going to name it, let me name it get all expenses, get all expenses, like that. And then here we can be able to use now these expenses like that. And I think now this is okay, because getting expenses, we don't send data, actually we are receiving the data. So if I do send, here we can be able to see here we are getting 500, and then 500 internal error. And then the other thing is that here I need to first of all remove this line of code that is printing our bills at console. So I'm going to go back here, and the other thing that I'm going to do is to remove this. So first of all, let me remove this, and the other thing is to come here to our all expenses, and I'm going to console log. So here I'm going to console log. So here we have expense and dot find, and also here when we try to find, also if I try to send, to click send here, can be able to see it is giving us 500 error, or maybe it has refused. So here let me also scroll this up, and here we can be able to see we cannot get the expenses, and I think I know why. And this is because here we forgot to use await, because this is a synchronous operation. So let me save that and then let me try again. So it is reloading. So let it reload, and then I think now it's okay. So let me send now the request. So if I do this already, you can see the expenses here. You can see expenses here. We have expenses, that is array, and it has all these expenses inside here. And I don't want the way the expenses have been sent. You can see here expenses is being sent from the like an object, and this object has a key here that is expenses, and then the array here. So I don't want that, so I'm going to make sure that I change that. And to do that, I'm going to remove these curly braces here. Let me remove these curly braces, that, and then now let me send the request again. So I can send the request here. So let me send the request. Yeah, you can be able to see now this is just an array that has expenses inside it, so as elements also. So here I'm going also to see the update function. So I'm going to click here and I'm going to create another request. So add request here, and for this one, let me rename it to something like delete. So I'm going to have a delete request here. So I'm going to rename it to delete an expense, delete an expense, like that. And also this should be add an expense. So I'm going to rename it also here. So rename an expense, like that. So delete an expense, and here we need to change it to delete. So also here I can be able to take this local host here, and then here I can be able to use now the ID. So I'm going to come here and also take the ID for this one here. Let me copy this ID, and then in our delete we need to use that here. So I'm going to add it there, and then I'm going to delete. So send. So if I do that, you can see delete successfully. And when you want to confirm that, you can come here to get all expenses, and when we make sure that we just send the request, also you can see the expenses are 3, but there were 4, that is. So I'm going also to copy this and also delete this one here. So I'm going to come here and also change the ID here, and then delete this one also. So let me delete that. You can see delete successfully. Also here I can be able to make a send like that, and also now you can be able to see that we have only 2 expenses. So now I'm going to create another request here. So I'm going to have a request, add a request, and this request I'm going to name it to update an expense. So I'm going to create here update an expense. So update an expense, like that. And here we need to change the method here to put, and also here we can be able to have expenses, but here we need also to have like the ID that we want to change. So I'm going to come here, and because we have ID for these expenses, I'm going to copy this. So I'm going to copy all of this ID, like that. And then here I'm going to go back to my expense, to update expense, like that. Let me add the ID there. The other thing is that I'm going to go to the body, because I need to send the data that I want to update with. So I'm going to go to row, and then this is JSON, so I can send the data here. So for example, I want to change the label, and the label will be maybe something like maybe snacks. And then let's send this and see if our our expense will be updated. So let me send this, and here you can see that this label has been, or this expense has been updated. And to make sure that it has been updated, we can come here to get all expenses, and when you just send this request, you'll be able to see now this one is snacks and not internet bill. So I have shown you how to use Postman in order to test your backend. So the other thing that we are going now to create is our background services. So let me close this now, and I'm going to close all of this here so that we get into our background services. So click that, and I think also the other thing that I can do is to make sure that I push this code to my GitHub. So I'm going to come here, and let me just go to my GitHub. So into my GitHub here, I'm going to create another repository. So here I'm going to create another repo, and this repo here we are going to give it, or to call it, YouTube expense tracker app, like that. And also you can be able to clone this, or maybe you'll be keeping a track of what I'm doing. So I'm going to create this repo like that, and then I'm going to initialize Git in this project. So in this project that is called expense tracker here, I'm going to do git init like that. You can initialize, you can see it is the first command here, but these other commands here I can just skip them. And what I can do is to just do git commit, or maybe first of all let me add everything in this code. So, and also I can commit, so git commit -m, and then added backend, does something of the sort. So we have added the backend. And the other thing is that also we can have this part that you're calling, or this, or maybe we can add this repo, or we can connect our Git with this remote repo here. So I'm going to copy that, I'm going to paste it here. And then the other thing is that we can be able to push, and before we push, we can do git branch to confirm which branch we should push. So you can see we have this that is called master. So I'm going to do git push origin and then master, like that. Git push origin master. So let us push this code. So let me add the key phrase here, and then let me push that code. And when I reload here now, so let us reload this application. Already you can be able to see now that our code has been pushed, and because other folders like frontend and background services are empty, that's why you can see like Git or always ignore them. It ignored them. And also the other thing that I want you to notice is that in our backend here we don't have .env file, and that's because we specified here in this file that you're calling git ignore, we specified that file that we don't want to push any .env file and also node modules, because if you check here also in our backend, you'll not be able to see node modules folder. So that is it. I'm going to close this also. So let me close it like that. Also, I think I'm going to close this database. So now let's get into our background services. So our background services, this is where we are going to create an application that will be running in the background, and also it will be checking if the total expenses have reached $10,000, and then it will be sending email. So to start with, I'm going to initialize a backend application, and this will be a node application. So let me get into that folder. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open another terminal, and I'm going to push this so that we can have a better area to work on. And here I'm going to get now to background services, background this one should be background services, like that. And since I'm here, I'm going to initialize node application, so npm init and then -y, like that. So, and then you'll be able to see that it will be initialized by first creating this package.json. Inside here also, I'm going to create index.js. This is our entry file into our server. So also we are going to create .env here, because remember, this is also a node application, and here we are going to add port. We are going to have a port which is we are going to give it 5001, and here we need also to have db connection. So db underscore connection here, like that. And here we are going to, because remember in our application here we are sharing the background services and the backend here, they are sharing the same MongoDB. So what I'm going to do also is that I'm going to use the same MongoDB. So I'm going to come here into .env, and then I'm going to copy this URL here because it's the same. And actually what I can do, that is okay. So let me paste this here. So I'm having those two now. So what I'm going to do also is to make sure that I install now the packages. So I'm going to clear here, and I'm going to do npm install. So let's say the packages that we are going to install in our background services, and the very first package that we are going to install is Express. And also here we are going to install other things like Node Mailer, because we need Node Mailer to be able to send emails. So the first thing is Express. The other thing is we need cron or Node cron. This is a package that will help us to send the emails. So the other thing is not to send email, but to schedule tasks. So also we are going to have like another .env, and also we are going to have Mongoose. We are going to have also others, like also, I think these are okay for now, but we can have EJS, but we are not going to use EJS. So we can have all this, but I think this is just okay. So let me install the packages. So while it is installing here, you can see here we are using node cron, and because node cron is very important in this section of background services, so let's look at node cron. So you can come here and look for node cron. So you can see this is node cron here, and we can come here to node cron from npm, and here you can be able to see how you can install it. It is called node cron. The other thing is this, you can read this documentation. You can see here the node cron module is a tiny task scheduler in pure JavaScript for Node.js based on cron tab. This module allows you to schedule tasks in Node.js using full cron tab syntax, and need a job scheduler with support for worker threads and cron syntax. Try out the free job. So you can see you can install it and how you need to install to use it. Import node cron and schedule a task. So this is how you are able to use it. So the other thing here is you can see when you are scheduling a task, you use this asterisk here, and each and every of these asterisks represent a certain thing. For example, here you can be able to see what these asterisks mean. For example, this asterisk means second. The other one is minute. So this one is an hour. So this is the day of the month. This is the month itself, and also here we have the day of the week. So that means that you can schedule the task that can be running at any given second, at any given time, at any given hour, and also at any day of the month, and any month, and any day of the week. So that means you can have maybe a schedule that you want to run after every second, maybe every Wednesday in every week, maybe every every month, or maybe a certain month like September, maybe even May. Also, you can see here how to use it, and you can see this is the representation. Like here, console log here, it can let you know that this one is running every minute, 1, 2, 3, and 3, 1, 2, 4, and 5. Also here you can be able to see other ways of using it. For example, you can specify like the month. For example, here you can see this task here will be running January, September, and then Sunday. So every Sunday of January and September. So running on Sundays of January and September. So you can use it like this, but don't worry if you're not understanding. I'm going to show you how to use it. So also you can use cron tab guru to be able to understand this. So if you come here and come to cron tab guru here will be able to understand. So this one you'll be able to use this. You can be able to use this to play with and know how you can be able to schedule the task. So you can go through this if you have time. Now let's get into our application again. So in our application here, the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to import here Express. So const Express, and here we are going to require Express. So that is importing. So also the other thing that we are going to import is cron. So const cron, and then also we are going to have require here, and this is cron, node cron like that. The other thing is we need to have an app, so we can be able to initialize the app. So const app, and this one we can call express function like that. Also we are able to use things like .env, so const.env, and this one is from .env, so require .env like that. The other thing is that we can import is Mongoose, so const Mongoose like that, and then this one is we require from Mongoose. You can be able to see the package here. And then the other thing that we are going to have is now, first of all, to configure.env. So .env.config, call this function here like that. So the other thing is that we need to create our server here. So for this server, first thing we need to connect to our database. So I'm going to call Mongoose and then .connect. So when we connect here, we need to use the port, the URL that is inside here, this one. And also we are going to use the port. So we are going to use process.env.db connection. So db_connection. So connection like that, because you can see this variable is inside here. Let's see. So you can see this is the variable. The other thing is we can be able to come here and also be able to do .then, because when we connect here, we need to know if it has connected successfully. And the other thing that we need to know is that if there is an error, so we can have .then, and here we can have also this part here. And then here we can say console log, and then here I can say db connection is successful. I don't know why I'm having this here, this text. So I'm going to push this down first of all. So here we can have db connection is successful. So then here we can have .catch. You can see catch error. So here this is error. So error like that. And here we can be console log the error. So console log error like that. So that means that we'll be getting the error when we try and when we are going to try and maybe run this application, and maybe there is an error that happens between when we are connecting to a database. So that is it. So the other thing that we are going to do is to reason now, or create our application. So we are going to do app.reason, and here we are going, first argument that we are going to use is the port. So .env.port, like that. And also here we can have now we can add console log, and in here we can add this backtick, and here we can be able to add server is running on port, and then we can use text interpolation. So we can use now process.env.port, like that, and then we can run our application. So let's see our application if it will run. So I'm going to come here and push this up. So the other thing is that I'm going to use Node.js because I had already installed Node.js globally, and then I can call this index.js, and when you try to run our application here, you can be able to see the server is running on port 5001 and DB connection is running successful. And here we cannot be able to use the port like 5000 because our server that is for our backend is running on the same port. So you'll have that error. You have an error. So but we are connecting with the same database. So that is it. So the other thing that I want to show you is how to use the scheduling, or to schedule the task. So here I'm going to have a function that I'm going to call schedule like that, and this one here we are going to call it, or we are going to have an arrow function. So here I'm going to now to be able to use now this node cron. So I'm going to come here, and actually I can be able to make sure that I copy this here like that, and this running a task every minute. So this is 1 2 3 4 5. This one are 6. So I want my mind to run after every minute. So when I paste this, I can paste this here, running a task every minute. So this one, if we save this, and then we can be able to run it down here, can call schedule. So like that. So this means that it will be running after every minute. So this is just schedule, not like a cron.schedule. So if I save this means that my application will be running after every minute. So if I come here, so let me first of all make sure that I just rerun my application. So I'm having this error. So schedule is not defined. So let me just come back here. So this one is telling me this one is not defined. So I'm going to call it another name. So let me call this another name. So run that, and also I can be able to use run here. So I'm going to use run here like that. So let me see if this will work now. So if I save that, and then I can be able to see now this one is working here. So server is running on port 5000. So when you wait after every minute, you'll be able to see this console log here running a task after every minute. But I want my task to run after every second. So if we wait, you'll be able to see that this one after every minute, it will be console log here, this text here running a task after every minute. But I want my task to run after every second. So to do that, I'm going to change here to second. So let me change this second to second here. So I'm going to change here to second, and then here I'm going to add another asterisk. So I'm going to add another asterisk here to be 6 because every asterisk mean different thing. So when you do that, you can be able to see now here, you can be able to see that it is running after every minute. But when I save now my server, let us wait, it will be running after every second. So you can see here, it's running after every second. You can see after every second, it is running. So that is it. So it will be, what it will be doing after every second, it will be checking our database and then find if we have any, if our expenses have exceeded $10,000, and then it will send the email. So that is the work of these background services. So let me make sure that I just make sure that this server is not running. So I'm going to Control C and then terminate it. So that is it. So now we have built, first of all, the background or the scheduler. So in the next video now, we are going to continue with building our background services, and we are going to look at how to send email now, and a scheduled email using this cron tab or this cron schedule here. So let me see you in the next video. Have a great day. Remember to subscribe and also like this video, and also turn on the notification bell. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back. So we are going to continue from where we left in the other video. So we are going to continue looking at background services here. And last video we looked at how you can be able to create this scheduler, where this scheduler here runs after every second. And right here, this is where we are going to create a function inside this background services. And that function, we are going to call it here so that it can go to database, check if our expenses are more than $10,000. And if the expenses are more than $10,000, it will send automated emails in our inbox, or the email that we are going to specify. So in here, for example, also we are going to make sure that we have another branch of Git or GitHub so that we can be able to push that code there, and I'm going to show you that. So now, for now, I want you, first of all, if you haven't liked this video, kindly like this video, and also if you haven't subscribed to this YouTube channel, kindly subscribe. And now we can get into the tutorial. So now what we are going to start with, we are going to start by creating a branch that is called background services, because this is where we are going to make the changes for background services and then push them into our GitHub. So here, remember in our last video, we pushed our code, and here if you do git branch, you'll be able to see those branches that we have. Right now, I'm going to create a branch that is called background services, or this background. I'm going to call it background services, or maybe let me call it scheduler. I think that will be more, will be able to look very good. So this is scheduler, so git branch scheduler. And if you do git branch now, you'll be able to see that we are going to have two branches. So I'm going to switch to this branch that is called scheduler. So git switch and then scheduler, like that. Let me switch. Actually, it's checkout, not switch. So git checkout to this branch that is called scheduler, like that. And here we can be able, first of all, already in scheduler, I can be able to see here that it's already in scheduler. So I'm going to do git branch again, and here let me do git branch. And here we'll be able to see that this green color is on this branch that is called scheduler. So I'm going to do git add here, like that. And then I'm going to commit the changes. So git commit and then changes. Here I can add something like added scheduler, or working on scheduler, like that. And then if I push this, can do git push origin, but now we are not going to push master, we are going to push this scheduler branch. So scheduler, like that. So let us push it. So if I do that, we are going to also make sure that we add our passphrase, like that, and then let us push that code. So now I'm going to visit my GitHub, And remember, if you are visiting my GitHub, also you can leave a star, and also you can follow me or can follow my GitHub. So here we are going to go to repos, and here in this repos, I'm going to come here to YouTube expense tracker, because this is where we are pushing our code. And right here you can see here we have a notification if we want to compare and pull request. So we are going to compare and pull request, because this is how major projects are being built. You have different branches, and then the project manager is the one who is responsible for comparing and pulling the request. So I'm going to compare here and pull request. Then again here you can be able to see the changes that were done. So you can see the changes that we did here. And also here you can add description. So if I was project manager, I would add some comment here, and the person who is pushing on this branch, or the developer who is pushing this branch, will be able to see those description. Maybe I can write something like improve on the how you structure your code, and then they will be able to see. But right now I'm going to create pull request here. So create pull request. The other thing that I'm going to do, or the GitHub is checking the compatibility. So also I'm going to merge and then confirm the merging. So then that means that our branches will be merged. So I'm going to come here into insights, because I want to show you what we are doing. So under settings here, our insights, you can be able to see this network. So click network, and here you'll be able to see that we have the main branch here, which is master, and this one is the master here. And then here you can see we have this branch that is called scheduler. So what we did, that we branched out of the main master here, and then we were able to merge it here after we did the changes. And that's how many projects are being built, especially major project. So now let's go back to our code now. So right here I'm going to remove this console log here, because we are not going to use scheduler to just console log in our terminal. So I'm going to save this also. The other thing that I'm going to do in our background services here, I'm going to create a folder that is called models here, and here we are going to create the model, and this model will be similar to this one that we created here in our models in our backend. And also here I'm going to have helpers. So I'm going to have helpers here, and this is where we are going to put a function that we are going to repeat. Also, I'm going to create here another folder that is called email service, and this is where we are going to create a function for sending the email. So like that. And so here I'm going to first of all start with models, and for models here I'm going to create a file that is called expense.js, expense.js, like that. I'm going to copy, first of all, let me close this. I'm going to copy the code inside this model here. So let me copy all of it like that, copy that, and then I'm going to paste it here. And this is because we are connecting to the same database, remember. So I'm going to copy and paste here. And this is because we are going to use the same database, because if you see in this diagram here, you can see we have backend here that is connecting to this MongoDB, and also we have our background services that also connect to this database here. So that's why you can see we are using the same model, and we are going to connect to the same database. So also I'm going to get into this part here that we are calling helpers, and helpers here we are going to create now our another send email function that we are going to, that we can be able to reuse in our in this on these background services. But before that, I want to show you how to make sure that your email can send the emails to other inboxes of the emails. So I'm going to first of all close that, and also .env here. I'm going also to close index.js. So first thing that you need to go into your email. So here I'm going to check for my emails. So I'm going to check for my email, and I'm going to use one of my emails to send the emails. So let it load, So when it loads here, we can be able to check for the email that I want to use and make sure that that email you have enabled two-factor authentication. So for example, I'm going to use this email here called alokmondala199@gmail.com. So I'm going to come here and using this email here, I can go to manage your Google account. So I'm going to come here and because this is a different way of sending the email using app, can be able to use that. So I'm going to come here to security. Under security here, we can be able to see that we have added two-factor authentication because we need to do this in order for us to be able to use this email to send emails in our apps. So if you have already done the two-factor authentication, what you can do is that you can come here, up here, and search for apps, because we are going to use emails for apps. So you can see here apps passwords, and this is what we are going to require. So I'm going to click that, and then it will search for me that. So I need also to enter my password again for my email. So let me do that. So I'm going to click next, and then here I need to now log in, and here I can be able to create a new password. So I'm not going to save this. So here I'm going to create a new password, and when I click this password here, I'm going to get the password, and that password is the one that I'm going to use. So if I create here, you'll be able to see this password. So you can copy this password, and I'm going to click done. So don't use my password because I'm going to delete that. So I have created this one here. So I've created this and this time. So I have created that, and I'm going to use it later on. So let me save it here. So I'm going to save it here. So let me paste it there. So the other thing that I'm going to do is now get into helpers, where I'm going to create the send email function that is reusable. Inside this helpers here, we can create another function or a file here, and this file we are going to call it sendmail.js. So sendmail.js here. And now inside here, first thing that we actually need to do is to install NodeMailer, because we are going to use NodeMailer. So in PM install NodeMailer. So NodeMailer like that. So let us install we have installed NodeMailer. What we are going to do is now we are going to use NodeMailer, and to use NodeMailer, we can come here and import it. So I'm going to do const and then NodeMailer that, and then we are going to require. So here I'm going to require the NodeMailer, so that is importing. So let us import NodeMailer. So we can be able to see here NodeMailer. So we can see the package. Also, the other thing that we are going to import, .env like that, and I'm going to have to come here and require it also. So require another .env, and then here we can be able to make sure also that we have created the transporter. So to first of all send the email, you need to create transporter, and I'm going to create it as a function. So create, or let me call it, or maybe let me have the function transporter, create transporter. So function create transporter like that, and here we can be able to have the config, which is our argument, and then here inside we can be able to create now the transporter, and here we are going to pass the config as argument. So if you don't understand very well how to use NodeMailer, you can go to the documentation and learn more about the NodeMailer. So the first thing, I'm going to create a variable here that is called transporter. So transporter, and then here we are going to use now NodeMailer to be able to create transporter. So I'm going to use NodeMailer.create. We have a function that is called create transport, and here we can be able to accept now config which we accepted as an argument in our function create transporter. So that is it. The other thing that I'm going to do is I can be able now to return the transporter, as simple as that. So I'm going to return the transporter. So using this create transporter here, now we can have, now the other part that we can have is we can have configurations. And the first thing that also we forgot to do is to config.env.config here as a function, because that is very important. So I'm going to come down here. After function create transporter, we are going to have configurations. So this is where we are going to have things like the service, the host, the port. So here this is configuration, and this is an object. So we are going to create it as an object because it also is an object. And the first thing that we are going to have is a service. And for service here, this one we are going to use Gmail. But if you're using a domain email, you can be able to add your domain here as the service. So here also we have the service, we have like a host. So the host here, we are going to add host as smtp and then .gmail.com, and then we also need to have like a port. So port will be using port 587. We are going to have another part here that we are going to call require TLS, and this part, this one is require, not required. So require TLS, and here we can set it to true. The other part that you are going to have is auth, and this part also we can have now. Inside here we can have, like, first of all user, and user here, and we are having like or we are going to get it from process.env, and then email. So I need to add that variable in .env, and also we can have password, which also we need to create it, or we have already created it. So this is one is password. So we need to have these two variable. Before I do anything else, I need to create these two variable. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get into .env, and .env here I need to have the email that I'm using to send the email, and this one is email, and for case here we are using this email here. So I'm going to copy the email. So let me copy this email up here, copy that, and then inside here we can be able to paste that. So let me paste this here. Also we are going to have password, and now this is not my password or the password of my email. I'm going to use the app password that we created in the last, or in the last part, or in that few minutes ago. So I'm going to make sure that I add the password here like that, and I'm going to remove these spaces like that, and then like that. So I'm going to do that. And also remember, I'm going to delete this password here, so don't use it. Before I upload this video, I'm going to remove this password because I don't want it to be used to send to other people's emails or to be a spamming email for other people. So I'm going to delete this, so don't copy it. So the other thing that I'm going to have now, we are going to create another function. So inside this send mail here, we are going to have another function now that we are calling now send mail. So const send mail like that. So this is send mail, and here we can have now async, and we can have also this function here, because this will be a synchronous function. And the other thing is that we need to export this send mail, because we are going to use it in other parts also, or in other files. So send mail we are going to export that. And now send mail here, we are going to first of all make sure that we now get the transporter, and to get transporter we are going to call await and then the function create transporter, because remember it is returning us the transporter. So I'm going to do that, and here we are going to give it configurations like that. So you can see configurations are this one up here, this object that contains the service, host, port, and other things. So after that, now the other thing that I'm going to do after we have got the transporter, we need to verify. So I'll say await and then transporter dot verify like that. So transporter dot verify. So after we have verified, now we can do await, and here we can have transporter dot send mail, transporter dot send mail. You can be able to see the function there. And here the first thing that we are going to have is we are going to have message options. So here message option, we are going to get it as an argument here. So message option like that. So I'm going to use message option here when I'm sending the email, and I'm going to show you what are message option. And the other thing that I'm going to have after message option is another callback function that will give us either error or info or information. So here we are going to have this callback function, and inside here we can check if there is an error. So we can check if there is an error, and if there is an error, so let me check here, if error, and then if we have error we can console log that error. So if the email was not sent, we can have the error here. So I'm going to do that. The other thing that I'm going to do is we are going to console.log, and then here we can have info.response like that. So we have, if there's no error, then we can console log and you'll be able to see this response. And this response is just an ID of the email that have been sent. So now we have created this file here, and which is very, very good. So also I'm going to format my code so that if I have extra spaces, and also it can format my code. So you can see how simple it will be to send an email. So now this is a file that can be able to be reused, because I can call this send mail, and because I have exported here this send mail, it will be easier. So I can be able to call this send mail from anywhere, and then if I give it just this message options here, it would be able to send the email. And that's why I created it inside this folder that is called help us, because help us, this is where you put the reusable functions. So we are going to get into email services. So for email services, we are going also to create another file here, and this file we are going to call it email service.js, or let me actually call it expense. So here is a capital letter E, expense.js. And inside here now, the first thing that we need to do, let me import .env, and here we can require or import it. So I'm going to import .env like that. The other thing that we are going to get is send mail. So send mail. So I'm going to import send mail that we have created just minutes ago or seconds ago. So here we are going to require it. So from now the file that is help us, so we are going to get it from help us. So I can jump outside one folder, and then we can get into this help us here, and here we can be able to import it like that. Also we are going to import expense model from our models. So expense here from the models, so require from the models. So from the models, you can be able to see the models folder here, and then expense like that. and this is because we need to connect the database and maybe make sure that we check expenses. So now the first thing that we are going to do here is, first of all, configure.env. So .env.config this function, and after we have done this, the other thing that we need to do, we are going to create a function. That this function, we are going to call it expense email, and this one will be function, an arrow function, and then we need to be able to send that email. So we need to export this function because we are going to call it in our index.js. So modules.export, and then here we can export this expense mail like that. And now inside here, this is where we are going to call to create the logic for getting into our database, checking if the total expenses are above or 10,000 or $10,000, and then sending the email. So now let's start looking at that or this functionality. So I'm going to add here async because this one will be a synchronous function also. And here, the first thing that we are going to do is to get all expenses. So fetch all expenses like that. And here we can do await. And then the other thing is we are going to have expense dot find. So the function that we had like that for MongoDB. So expense and then dot find. So here, if I do this, let me first of all format also the code. So now we have all expenses. And here I want now to calculate the total. So to calculate the total, I need to do const total expense like that. And then here I can be able to use expenses, and then here, because this is an array, can use reduce, and this will help us to calculate total expenses. So the first thing that we need to do here is inside this reduce, we can have an arrow function or a callback function, and we can have accumulate and expense here, and then here we can have now the total by using accumulated, and then this means that this will be added, the value will be added. So this will be x plus expense, so plus expense plus dot value like that. So, and then here you need to have also the 0, meaning that it will start from 0 index. So what we are going to do, or what this function does, is that, for example, let me come here into the browser to make sure that I explain it. So let's say we have here, let me have number 1, we have 2, we have 3, we have 4, we have 5. So this function, what it does is make sure that it takes this number and then it will be able to add to this, and then it will be able to add the total here, which we are calling accumulation. You can see the accumulation here, this accumulation, then it will be able to add that to the next number, which is 3. So this one will be 1 plus 2, it will be 3, 3 plus 3, it will be 6, 6 plus 4, it will be 10, and then 10, which at this point will be our accumulation, plus 5, it will be 15. So that's how this expense or these expenses reduce works. And then you need to specify from where it should start, and it should start from 0 index. So now we have, if we get now total expenses, we can be able to check if those expenses are above $10,000. And to do that, we are going to come here and say if total expense. So I'm going to remove that. So total expense is maybe let me first of all create the curly braces. If it is more than 10,000 like that, then that means that we need to send the email. And sending the email now, there are things that you need to do. First thing, we need to create a message options email option or message option. And message option are things like from which email and also to which email and also the subject of the email and then what will be the body of that email. So to do that, let me show you where now we are going to require this message option, because we are going to call this function in order for us to be able to send the email. You can see here we need to have message option. So we are going to create this message option, which also is an object. So let me come here and I'm going to say that, and then here we can have message option like that. And then also we can have this object. This object, first thing we need to have from, so from which email. So remember is from our email process.env and then email like that. So and then the other thing that we require is to, which is to which email. So I'm going also to use my email or here, and I'm going to use my email, which I'm going to call admin email here, of which I have not created, but I'm going to create it in few seconds. So here also we have another subject. So subject is the subject of that email, and this one will be warning. Here, warning of an overexpansion, or maybe we can just leave it as a subject. And then here we can have text, and text is the body of that email. So here we are going to make sure that we have now here we are going to make sure that we send the email. So we can say here your total expenses is, now we can interpolate text interpolation, which we can add this, and we can take total expense, yeah, the total, and then we can also do here please review your expenses. Please review your expenses like that. So that is it. And also now we need to be able to send the email. So if that is correct, now inside this if we have now the total expenses more than $10,000, what we are going to do here is we are going to call this. Now we are going to first of all say await, and after that we can call send mail here, and then give it the message option like that, message option like that. And then now you can be able to see now this is complete. Now the other thing that we are going to do, let me push this down, is that now we can be able to call this function in this part that we are calling index.js, because this is where now we are having our scheduler, and we want this function here in our emails, in our expense, this expense email to be called after every specific time, so that it will be checking database each and every or after specified time. So remember we created our scheduler here, and this is where we are going to call this function to check if our database we have total expenses that are more than $10,000, and then we are going to call that here. But also, if you are not able to understand, you can ask in comment section, and so that in the next video I'll be able to explain this. So here we need to call the function, and the function is called expense email. You can be able to see expense email there, and we can call it like that. Also, if I come up here, you can be able to see we have imported it. So here the expense email will be called at index.js, and this is because we have scheduler here. So now we can start our background services, but this one we'll do in the next video, where we are going to have now the other part. We are going also to check for this part that we are calling expense. We are going to test this, and also we are going to move on now to looking at our front end. So that is it. At least now we have completed working on our backend. here, our database and also our background services. In the next video, we are going to test our background services and then proceed to front end here, where we are going to create it using React. So that is it. Have a great day. Remember to like and also subscribe to this YouTube channel so that also you'd be also notified the next time that I upload. Hello and welcome back. So today we are going to look at this part where the user interact with our application. This is our interface for our expense tracker. Here you can be able to see adding this pop-up for adding the expense. Also here you can be able to see this part that we are calling expense report, whereby we can be able to see this chart that is giving you like overview of how you have been spending your money. So we are going to be creating this interface, but before that, remember we are pushing our code to our GitHub. So we are going first of all to come here and then make sure that we are pushing our code to our GitHub. So I'm going to clear first of all my terminal, and if I can do git branch first of all, and when I do git branch here, you can be able to see we are in a branch that is called scheduler, and that is because we were building this part that we are calling background services, but instead here for the branch I called that this is a branch that we are calling scheduler, where we are going to push all the changes that we are going to do on our background services. So let's do that. So I'm going to push my code, or first of all to add every files that we added. So git add, and then you can be able to add all the files that and changes that you have done. The other thing is also to make sure that you commit the changes. So git commit and then -m here. We can add added or completed. Let's call this completed completed background services, background services, like that. And then when I commit, I can be able to push. But now remember, I'm pushing this branch that is called scheduler, because this is the branch that we are in, because this is the branch that we are working on right now. So push the scheduler. So git push origin and then scheduler. So we can click enter, and then I'll be putting my passphrase. So let me add my passphrase here, so that we can be able to authenticate and push our code. So let us see. Now it has pushed my code. So if I come here, we are going to do pull request. Remember in our last video, I talked about what is the pull request and how to use pull request when you're managing a larger project. I know this is not a very large project, but it is very critical to know how to use pull request. So I'm going to this branch or this GitHub repo here that you can see, and you'll be able to see notification here in a while. And this is the notification. Scheduler had recent pushes 29 seconds ago. So I'm going to compare and pull request here. So this is the work of pull, and compare here is the work of project manager. So I'm showing you the work of a developer and also of project manager. So here you can see create pull request, and here we can be able now to merge. So it's checking for compatibility, and after that we can merge pull request and then confirm merge. And this means that we are going also to make sure that we have merged the branches. And if you come here to insights, you'll be able to also to see that. So insight, and insight you can go to network, and here you can be able to see my graph. So now the other thing, because now we are going to start from our front end, what we are going to do, we are going to create another branch. So I'll git branch, and then this branch we are going to call it front end, like that. And right now if I do git branch, I'll be having 3 branches. So I'm going to switch to this branch that we are calling front end. So git checkout, and then front end. So front end like that, git checkout front end, and then I can be able to do another thing here, git branch. And if you do that, you can be able to see now we are in this branch that is highlighted using green, which is front end. Now any changes that you are going to do, we'll be working on this branch that is called front end. So I'm going to close this GitHub here, Also, I think the other one, like this HubSpot Academy here, I'm going to close it. So now I want us to start creating our project using React. So by now, if you haven't subscribed, kindly remember to subscribe and also like this video so that we get into our tutorial. So then let's get into our tutorial without wasting time. So here we have documentation on how we can be able to create our React using Vite and also using Tailwind CSS. So this is the documentation that you can be able to use to create your React using Vite and Tailwind CSS. And Vite is a tool that helps us to make easier to create React project and also to deploy them. So and also to build them. So you can come here to tailwindcss.com and then /docs/guide and then Vite, and here you can be able to do that. So first of all, we need to have this to copy this command, and then we can paste it, and then we are going to cd in, and then after that we can install Tailwind because we are going to use Tailwind, and Tailwind is common nowadays. So I think it's a very best or very good time to start looking at Tailwind CSS if you already don't know about CSS or Tailwind CSS. So what we are going to do is that first of all, I'll be coming here into my code, and the other thing is that first of all, I'm going to delete this folder here, and I'm going to show you why. So I'm going to delete this here because we are going to create it when we are creating our React application. So the other thing is that now we can be able to come inside this application, and I'm going to copy my first command, which is this npm create bit at latest, then my project and then template. I'm going to copy that, and here I can be able to paste it like that. And actually I can just maybe terminate this operation for a while. So this command here, but now here, because this is the name of the project, I'm going to change this to Frontend like that, and then now we can say enter like that. So the other thing that I want to do is to make sure that my backend and also my Tailwind is my backend and my background services are working. So let me just open terminal here. So this is terminal, open new terminal here. We are going to use PowerShell. So let me scroll this up, and then also here you can see we have a front end. You can see here the name of the front end or the name of our React application. We're going to call it front end here, and you can see here we have like it is giving us like an error. So I'm going to just remove this, and then I'm going to say enter like that. And then the other thing that I need to do is I need to cd into the project. So cd in the project, cd in project, my project is called frontend like that. And if you also come here in the project, you can be able to see we have this file folder already that is called frontend, and you can see there are other things that have been added inside that folder. So I'm going to also come here and then clear, then go to the second command that we need to use, and this command here that is for installing Tailwind CSS. I'm going to copy that, and then I can paste it inside now this project. And then when it is installing Tailwind CSS, here I'm going to also make sure that I start backend and background services. So I have a backend here, and this backend I'm going to start it using NodeMon and then index.js like that. Also, I'm going to have my background services started. So here I can start by background services. So let me cd into background services like that. Also this one, because it's also a backend, I'm going to use index.js like that. So this one, these two we need to be started. So this one should start in a while. So the server is running on port 5001. And also the other thing that I can do is that I can come here in index.js, and then here I can add here, let's say this one, we can call it background services, so that we also differentiate between our server and the background services. But background services generally is just our backend. Background services is running on port like that, and then I can cross that, and then I'll push this up here. And when you come up here, you can see background services is running on port 5001. So I can push this down here so that we can have a space of working with. And then here also I can cross this. I'm going to work on our front end here. Let me see if Tailwind has finished or have been installed. So yes, so we are going to go into this part here that we are calling npm in Tailwind CSS init, and then -p. So we are going to do that here. We are going to copy that command and then install also this part here, or this one is creating Tailwind CSS config file, and also it is creating post CSS config file here. So after that, now we need to go to this file here that is called tailwind.config.js, and here we need to start to add this content that we have index.html inside there, and also this source, and then everything that is inside here in this content. Because if you come here into this project and let me look for this Tailwind. So Tailwind, you can see this file here that is called tailwind.config, and also I want to close some of these files so that we don't have to be confused. So like that. So when I come to this part that is called, let me close all this, and then inside this tailwind.config here, .config.js, you can be able to see it has this part, this code here, but you can see here we have to add this part. We have to add this index.html and this source and the other part of the code. So I'm going to copy this. Let me copy that, and then inside here, I'm going to paste that code like that, and then save it. And then now the other step is we are going to copy this part of the code here, and then we can be able to actually make sure that we are going to use it in our index.css, because that's how you configure CSS, Tailwind CSS in your project. So here we need to look for this index.css, and we can come up here. Let me come up here, and then I can paste this line of code and then save it. So the other thing that we need to do is to make sure that we run this project now. So I can copy this command here, and then this one I'm going to run it inside this project or in my VS Code. Let me open another terminal. So after this, now we have this terminal. We can cd into our project like that. And then the other thing is that I can paste this command npm run dev, and here it should run for us. And here by default it should be running at port 5173, but in our case we have another project that is running on that port, so automatically it have selected the next port, which is 5174 or 5174. So we can open that. So let me try to actually open here. So I'm going to follow the link, and then you can see our project will be open right here. So you can see how beautiful it is, and this is just to show us that our project is running. So what we are going to do also is to remove this boilerplate code, because you can see here we have boilerplate code, and also here you can see we have this title here that is Vite plus React, but here we need to add our expense tracker text. So we are going to look for that, and this one we are going to get it into this we are calling index.html. If you come here, you can see title here, and I'm going to push this down. So here I'm going to change this to expense tracker app expense. I'm going to remove this. So expense expense tracker app, like that. And then here I can be able to save this. The other thing is also, if you do that, you'll be able to see here the changes. Let me reload again, and if we don't have an error here, I cannot see any. If I think we have an error, so what I'm going to do here is that I think here I have an error that is, let me just maybe make sure that my front end is running. So we have our backend here, and I think I have crossed the part that we have our front end running. So I'm going to get into cd front end again, and then I'll do npm run dev. I think there's some mistake that have happened. So let us see. So this is running. Yes. So let me open forwarding like that. So here also I need to push this down. So if I do that, and then let's come here, be able to see now this is expense tracker app because we have changed the title. So the other thing is that I need to remove this boilerplate here, this boilerplate code, and this is in this part that we are calling app.jxx, because this is the entry file in our application. So I'm going to copy all of this, or I'm going to cut all of this code here and delete it. So let me just remove everything here. I'm going to remove this also. I'm going to remove all of this stuff up here like that. And then the other thing is that I'm going to format my code. And after that, now we can save this. And now let's see how our application will look like. So if I do this, you can be able to see we have this part, and this part doesn't have any text. So we are going also to remove this background that is black. So let's do that, and that we are going to get into this index.css. Here we can be able to remove everything. For example, this one. So I'm going to remove this from here, root. Actually, let me remove everything inside here, and then we are going to leave this code here. You can see the code that we added for Tailwind CSS. So if I save that, and you can be able now to see here we have like a very plain application or website. So we are going also to get into now here app.jxx, and then here I can be able now to start coding. So here I am not going to use fragment. I'm going to use this one that we are calling the divs. So I'm here. I think I need to also add brackets. So let me add brackets like that, and then I can paste my code. The divs here, I need to have the divs here inside here, so like that. So I think this should have them remove the mistake. Let me try and see if we can do that. I think here we have this part, and unreachable code detected. So here I don't know why I'm having this error. So let me try and have this part here that we can have this part, and then let's try and return the divs here. And I think that's okay now. And then here, the other thing that I'm going to do is that here I'm going to add, let me say, a heading. So I'm going to add heading 1, and then I can add expense, or I can say expense tracker. Expense tracker, I need to use small letters here, up, like that. Let me save this. So if I save this, and then you can be able to see here we have this expense tracker up here, like this text, and I want to see if my Tailwind CSS is working, has been configured the way it should. So I'm going to add class name here, and I can add like a text color. Text color should be, let's add it to be red. And then if I save this, let's see if this will work. And then here I can add actually even the variation. So variation is 500. If I save this and come here, you can be able to see actually it's changing color. So this one you can see it has changed colors. That means that our Tailwind is working, because this is Tailwind. So also, if you have not worked with Tailwind, don't worry, because I'm going to work on this application slowly so that you understand. So here I need to start now creating my project. So the first thing that I need to do, I'm going to create this header here, because you can see here we have this header. So that's what we are going to create. So I'm going also to make sure that we have this region. You can see we have margin here. So we are going we having the first div here, and then we can have another div inside here, and this div we are going to give it now the styling. So here, class name, we are going to give it a styling of, let's say, a flex first of all, because everything that will be inside here will be having that flex, and then flex direction will be colon. We are going to have justifying content to be center, and also we can have items center. The other thing is also we can have other things like margin top. So margin top here, we can give it a margin top of 3%. So, and then also we are going to have like a width. We can give it a width of 80%. So let's add here 80%. 80%. The other thing that we are going to have is margin right. And margin right here, we are going to give it 5%. 5%. And then we can have also margin left, which we are going to give it also 5%, like that. So if I save this, they will not be having any changes. We will not see any changes because we have not added any text. So if I come here also, and now inside here I can have my text or my head. So here if I do that and save it and come back here to my application, there's no change that you can see right now. But now we are going to start creating our header. So our header here, we have heading 1, and this heading 1 we are going to call expense tracker, like that. Add it here, and then if I save this, now you can be able to see where it is. And the other thing is that also we can be able to, and this is because of this part that you can see here, we are doing justify content, and then justify content center, and also item center, which is align item center. So we are going also to make sure that we style this. So first thing that we are going to do is we are going to give it font size. So class name here, to give a font size in Tailwind CSS, you can use text, and then you can use like 2XL, and also you can do 3XL. The other thing is you can give it a font weight of medium, and then also we can give it text, and this text we can give it a specific color of #555, which is a dark color. The other thing is I think that's okay. Actually, we can save this. When we save this now and come back here, we can be able to see expense tracker here. So the other thing that we are also we need to do is that now we need to have another part. We are going to have another part, and this part is this part that you can be able to see here. So the top part here, that we have this button, this one here, and also this search part here. So this one is like a top area, and then we are going to have this part that we are displaying these expenses. So let me do that. So let's get inside here, and we are going to have now the first part. So this part here, we are going to have a div, and then here we are going to style it. First of all, we have class name, and this class name we can give it now. We can try and style it. First of all, is we are going to have flex here, and then also we can have, the other thing that we can have is items should be center, so like that. And also we can have justify between, because we need to have space between them. And also we can have margin top of 5, of 5 like that. And also we can have like a width. You need to have a width. Let's add width here of 100%, 100% like that. So this part here, so inside this part now, remember this part here, we need also to have this part here that holds our button, and also this part here. So what you are going to do, let's get inside here also. We are going to have another div inside here that will hold those two buttons. And here we can be able to make sure that we have the first button and the second button. So this one we are going to style it, so class name. So class name here we are going to have position to be relative, because also we are going to create pop-ups, but I'm going to show you that. So also here is a display of flex. We are going to give it a justify content to be between here, and also we can have a margin or the width of 300 pixels. So 300 pixels. This is because I want these buttons. So let's get back here. I want this part that holds button to be 300 pixels, so that when we do justify between, it won't go far away from each other. So it will be constrained within a width of 300 pixels. So also we are going to get the other part now. We are going to have the other part here that holds the search, that have the searches. If you check here, we have this part for searching. So that one, we are going to create it here. But for now, let's create those two buttons. So we are going to have a button here. So a button like that. The first button, we are going to call it add expense. Let me add here, add expense. And here also we are going to have another button. On this button here, we are going to have a text of expense report like that. So here I can be able also to style. So first thing, I need to format this code because I don't want to have a lot of extra spaces. So here let me add class name, and here we have now to style the button. So the first thing that I'm going to give it is background color, and you can see here right away this color here. So let me add it. So this color is hash and then AF and then 89 and then 78 like that. So you can be able to see this color here. And if we go back to our application here, already you can see we have it here. And I don't know why I cannot be able to see this one here, the other button that is this expense report here. Let me go back and see. So we cannot be able to see it, but I'm going to we have it here actually. So let me see where the problem is. So here we have width of, actually this is pixels, not percent. That is the problem. So if I do that, you can be able to see, yeah, this one has returned here, so the way we wanted. So also then again, I need to have background of this color. This is brown color here. So let me just continue here. So the other thing that we are going to have for this button is we are going to give it a padding. So a padding of, let's say, 10 pixels. 10 pixels. We are going to have also like a border of none. Border of none like that. We are going to have like outline also to be none. Outline none. We are going to give it also cursor pointer. So cursor should be pointer. So you can see cursor pointer here. And then the other thing, we are going to give a text. And when you want to give any specific color or any specific styling, you can use hyphen, and then you can use these two square brackets, and then inside here you can specify whatever you want. So for example, this one for weight, for the width, you can be able to see we are doing that. For width here also we are doing that. So you can specify here using that hyphen and then square brackets. The other thing that I'm going to do here is we are going to give it a text of medium. So medium, you can see that like that. And also if I save this and then go back into my project, you can be able to see now that we have add expense, and you can see it is styled the way we wanted. So now, because these two buttons are the same, we can use the same styling, but then again change the color, because you can see this one has a different color. So to do that, I'm going to copy this class name here. So let me copy this class name, all of it until here, like that. Copy it and then apply the same for this button here. Copy it there, and here we are going to change now the background. So let's see how they look like. So you can see they look alike, but I want to change the color, background color here. So let me specify this color. So we have this color here that I want to change. So for this color here, we are going to use a color here like blue, and then we are going to use a variation of 300 like that. So let's see. So if I come back here, you can be able to see this will change color. Don't know why I don't see like it is changing color. So I have not saved that. That's why. So you can see now this one has changed color, and it looks the same with this one. So after that, now we are going to look for this part that we are going to add this part that is called input. So let's do that. We have that part that we are calling in. Now here we are going to have that part that you are calling the input, and here this is a div. We're going to give it like actually we can leave it like that, and then we can add the input here, and then now we can be able to style the input. Now to style the input, it will be easier. So class name here, add a class name, and then inside here we can be able to add now like the padding. So this is the padding of, let's say, 10 pixels like that. Also we are going to have a width of 150 pixels. 150 pixels. The other thing that we are going to have is border. Should be a border of 2. We need to have a border 2, and then we are going to have the border color, which we are going to give it a border color of hash, and then 444, that is a dark outline, our border, and then we can add border solid like that. So now let's look and see how it will look like. So if I save this and then come back into my project, you can be able to see already it has been styled okay. And you can see here, because inside here we have this section that we are having it here. You can see inside this section we have this part that we are calling the buttons, or that contains the button, and outside here we have this input. And you can see this one, the larger part that holds buttons and the input, we made the styling to have justify between, and that's why you can see this button or this search part, it has been pushed up to here. So I'm going to also to actually make sure that also I add the placeholder. So let me add the placeholder here. So placeholder like that, and here I can be able to add the text search. So search like that, and then when I save this now, you can be able to have it like that. So already you can see how simple it is. So now we are going to look at the other part. You can see we have this part now, that we have this part that is for displaying this part that is for displaying these expenses. So let's do that. And this one will be actually, we have this one and this part here that holds the bigger part. Now inside here we can have now this part that is holding now our expenses. So let's do that. So now what we are going to do is, first of all, to make sure that we have this part, and this part we are going to give it the styling. First thing here, we can give it a class name like that, and here we can be able also to add like we are going to add now the styling. First thing is flex, and then flex direction should be column because they are going to be displayed vertically, so the cards. And then inside here now we can be able to create the card. So let's create the card. So the card should be, let's give the styling first of all, so class name, and here we can have like the the position to be relative. Also we are going to have like the flex direction here. So the flex display we should be flex. We are going to have a justify content to be between, so this one. And also we can have other things like items, align items to be center. The other thing is also we can have the width. So the width here should be 80%, and actually this one should be inside here like that, 80%. And also after this width, now we can have the height. The height we can specify using this square bracket here, 100 pixels. And also we can have the other part, that is this background color here. We can specify the color now. This color should be faded brown, so #F3, and then we can have ED and then EB like that. So you can see the color. And then the other thing is we can give a margin vertically of, let's say, 20 pixels. And then the other thing that I can do is to give it a padding of also the vertical, and then here we can give it like 10 pixels like that. So if I save that, let me save this. If I save this and then come back here into my application, because we have no any text, we cannot be able to see this card. So let me do that. Let me come here and add the first part that we are having is this text. So we have this text here for displaying us the snacks. So let's do that. So in our code, we are going to have the very first text, and this one we are going to give it header like that. And here we can give it like the name. So here I can say this is a snacks like that, and here we can also be able to style it. So let us style it very quick. So to style it, we can be able to come here and add class name. So class name, and also we can have now the styling, which we can give it like for example margin. Can give it a margin here, margin of, let's say, 20 pixels. Also we can have the other thing, which is text, and a text of, let's say, hash yeah, 555. The other thing that we can have is the text, and then the text here also we can give it a text of the text of 18, font size of 18 pixels. And also we can give it a font of medium, so you can be able to see it like that. And then let's see the changes. So this is one is for the snacks. So here you can be able to see it's taking a small space here. So let's try another part now, or the other text, which is the date, because you can see here we have the dates. This one is dates here. So let's do that. So for the dates here, let me add here. So we have the dates. So this one also we are going to have it as also the heading. So, or we can also add like a span. Let's use the span here. For now, let me add span like a text, and here I can add something like date 20 and then May 2024 like that. So here I can be able to add the class name. So class name, I'm going to start by styling this. So the first thing that we can style here, we can give it a margin of, That's 20 pixels, like the heading up here. So the other thing that I can do is to give it like the font size, of which I can give it a font size of 18 pixels, like that. And also we can have now the other part. I think this is okay. Let's see how it will look like. So let me go back into my application, and here you can see it is stretching, but for right now we cannot see it taking the full width. So I'm going to come here and see where the problem is, but we are going to deal with that in the next video. So right now I have completed part of the front end. So in the next video now we are going to have this front end completed, so that we continue also for integration, and then this project will be over. So without much ado, I want to end this video here. Remember to like and also subscribe, because I don't want also this video to be very long. Let me end this video here. See you. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back. So yesterday we were looking at how we'll be able to create this interface where our user will be able to interact with our application. So if you check here in this application, you can be able to see that we left at this point where we have snacks, and also we have added the dates. Also, I want this card to at least extend from this part to this here, and that's what we are going to do as from now. So the other thing is that we are also going to create these cards here. So for example, when you create these pop-ups, so you can see here pop-up for adding the expense, also this part here that we are calling what we are calling the expense report, and also where you can be able to search for your expense. So that is it. I want us now to look at how we can be able to extend this card also. And before that, remember to like and also subscribe. So let's get into our tutorial today. So now let's get into our code here. And the first thing that I want to do here is to make sure that this one is the card is not 80% but 80 VW. So that is the width. And then if you save that and come back, you'll be able to see this one has extended. Now I want to create another thing. So the other thing that I want to create is this part here that we have actually here, where we have amount, and then we are going to this part that we have icons. So let me create the part that we have, or the text for the amount. So let me come here, and I'm going to add here like another span. This span, I'm going to add the amount. Maybe this one is $20, like that. And then here I will be having a div, and this div here is where we are going to have icons. So let me start by creating here, or making sure that here we have styled it using Tailwind CSS. So the first thing that we are going to do here is to make sure that we give it like a margin. First of all, we can give it a margin of 20 pixels. Another thing that we can do is to make sure that the text, we give it the font size, which is 18 pixels. And also we can have like a font weight to be medium, so like that. So font weight, it is medium. So if I just come back here, let me see how it looks. So you can be able to see it how it looks. And because we have used justify between, that's why you can see they are spacing them evenly. So I'm going also to create now to be able to use the icons here. And to do that, I need to first of all make sure that I install the icons. And I'm going to use React icons as a library, because that is a library for React that give us icons that we can work with. So I'm going to open my terminal here. So this terminal, and here I want to push this up like that, and then I think it should load, yes. And then I'm going to get into front end side like that, and here I can be able to install React icons. So let me clear this, and here also I can be able to come here and search for React icons, and you'll be able to see the documentation and how also you can be able to use React icons. So I'm going to this website for npmjs.com, and here you can be able to see how you can be able to install React icons. I'm going to copy this, and also here you can be able to see also how you'll be able to use to import the React icons from React icons library, and also how you can use them. So now let's get into now the code here, and I'm going to paste this terminal command here, and let us install the React icons so that we are going to use those icons here in my project. So it is installing, so I think it is a very small library, so it won't take a lot of time. So after that, now what we are going to do is that I'm going to come here and import it. So let me see how it's imported. So for example, this already, you can be able to see how to use it. So I'm going to take that code, and then let me push this down so that it gives us some space that we can work with. Also here, I'm going to come up here and then paste it there, and because I'm not going to use this, I'm going to delete it, and I'm going to use two icons. The first one is the first one should be far trash. So fast trash, this will give us an icon for deleting. Also we have another one which calling far edit. So far edit, you can be able to see it here like that, and then I can be able to use them right here now. So here I'm going to add the first icon, which is far delete. So far delete like that. Actually it is far trash, not far delete. So trash like that, and then you need to close it, and then here I can be able to style it. But before that, let me also add the other icon, which is far edit like that, and then also close it. So after those two, I can save that, and let me check in my application here. So I think I must reload, and it is reloading for me, and here already you can be able to see that this part, you can see the icons for deleting and also the icon for editing here. So let me first of all make sure that they have like a padding. So I'm going to come here in this part, and I'm going to add here like a class name, and here I can be able to start using Tailwind CSS. The first thing that I'm going to give is margin. I'm going to give a margin of 20 pixels like that, and when I save that, come back, you can be able to see that it gives us like some space between now the edge and maybe the other part. So the other thing is to make sure that I style these icons. I'm going to add class name, and here I'm going to add like let me start by color. So I'm going to give it a text and a color of 500. Another thing is that also I'm going to give it margin right. Actually, it is not a must I add margin, so I can give it, let me give it just a margin, maybe margin bottom, and I can give it like 2 pixels or 10 pixels like that, and then I think 5 is okay. So let me add 5 here. And then the other thing that I can do is to give it cursor to be pointer. So let us use cursor pointer, and I'm going to copy this also like that, and I think also I can be able to copy this and paste it on this other icon for editing here. So let me paste it there, and when I save this, also I don't want these two of them to have the same color. So let me come here, and I'm going to give a different color, and this time is a dark color. So hash this hash 555, this will give us a dark color. So let's see how it looks like. So for example, here now you can see when you hover over it, you can be able to see this is icon, how it looks like, and also if you can check here, it is the same. So I'm going to copy paste this. Let's say we have 3 expenses or 4. So what we can do is that, let me just copy from here. You can be able to see this one. So I'm going to copy it here like that, and when I copy this, I can be able to paste it several times. So I'm going to add like 4 times here for this one I can call electricity bill, like that. And this one we are going to call it like, let me add here the date to be maybe something like 18th, and here is 200 or something of the sort. And also I think that's okay now. So the other thing that I can also do, this one I can call it internet bill. So this is internet bill, like that. And then here I can change the date to be maybe 06. Here also I can add the internet, maybe my internet I paid $50. So I'm going also to change now this one, which is the last one that we are going to change. And here I'm going to add something like fuel. And fuel, what I have used for fuel, maybe here the date is something like 10th, and here also I can add like $200, like that. So if I save this and then come back again, you can be able to see here we have these expenses here, the same as this one. So now we are going to create now pop-up. I'm going to show you how we can create pop-up right here, the two pop-ups that we have here, and also how to create or to have the charts here. So let's do that. So now we can get into this part that we are having up here, the part that holds our buttons, and also this input here. And inside here, what I can do is I'm going to add here, and this one will be a pop-up. So let me add the div here. So this pop-up is this pop-up that when you click, you can be able to see it here. So to create it, what I'm going to do here is let me first of all style this CRUD, so like that. And here I can be able to start by giving it like a position to be absolute, yeah. And this is making sure that it will appear on top, or it will not be affected by the layout of our website. And if you check up here, you'll be able to see that we added relative here. And this is because we wanted to make sure that this button is relative, this part is relative to this pop-up here, but you'll be able to understand as we are creating this. So I'm going to also make sure that it is it to have a z index of 999. That makes sure that is on top of everything in that page, because if you check here for the pop-up, if you click here, you can see this pop-up is on top of everything. So let's do also the other thing is I'm going to give it like a display will be flex, and then flex will be column also. So I'm going to add this flex column. Another thing is I'm going to give a padding. So why am I coming here at the front? So here you are going to give it like 10 pixels for padding. Also we are going to give a top. Here we are going to position it at the top, and the top here we are going to give it like 20 pixels. And also we are going to make it left, or to put it on the left side, because you can see this one is on the left here. So you can see it is on the left side. So that's what we are going. And on the left side, we are going to give it left side to be 0. So this one is 0, like that. Also we are going to give it a height. So the card, we are going to give it a height of 500 pixels. We are going to also to give it like a width here of, let's say, something like 500 also pixels. That makes it square. And also background will be white. So background white, and then we are going to give it a shadow. So shadow excel, like that. So I don't know if we'll be able to see it right now. Let me just come here into my application. So yeah, you can already be able to see it here. It is on top here, and we have not, it is not where we want it to be. We want it to be at least inside this part here. So what I'm going to do is that, because this is inside another part here, we need to make this part, let me see it, we need to make this part relative, actually not this part here, this one I think we need to make it relative. So let me add here relative, I think, but let me see where we have spaced it, or where we have placed it. So this one is inside here in this part. I think it should be placed somewhere that is that looks nice. So let me see if I have spaced it the way it should. So absolute, yes, and we have flex column, we have padding. The top here, the top should be 20 pixels, and also depth it is 0. Also we have the height of 500 pixels and width of 500 pixels. So let me just come back again, and let me try and add the other things before we do everything. So I'm going to, let me first of all, actually I can cut it here, and then let me try and place it here, and then see. So let me see it here. Yeah, you can see where it is placed, and that's because we have moved it here on top of, before the input here. So I think that is how it should be. So we are going to just work with that. Also here we need to have now the icon for closing. So you can see here we have, if you click here, you can be able to see this icon. So we are going to create it. So here we have far, and then this icon is window close. Window close, you can be able to see this one here like that, and then we can be able also to make sure that we style it. So first thing, we are going to give it like a flex, and then we are going to add here justify to be end, and also we can give it items and then we can also give it like the text, and we can give it to Excel. The other thing that we can do is to give it text red, and then this one we can give it 500, and then the other thing is cursor pointer. So cursor here, cursor should be pointer like that. So if I do that, and then let me format my code, and then I can be able to also start creating other parts here. So if I do this, you be able to see it here. You can be able to see it is placed right there. And then the other thing that we are going to do is to make sure that we have this. Let me just add it here. So the other thing that we can be able to do is to make sure that we have the rest of the other part here. So we need to have a label. So this label here, we can be able also to style it. So the first one here is the expense name, the label for the expense name. Here we can give it a class name, and also style it using Tailwind. So for the label here, we are going to style it and give it a margin top of, let's say, something like 10 pixels. Also, we are going to give it a font weight to be semi-bold like that. Also, we can have another which is a text, and then the text here is 18 pixels like that. So I think this now, if I save this, I think this will be okay now. The other thing is we have to have an input. So input here, and for this input, we can also have a class name. So here that is style it, so class name, and here we can give it like a border of, let's say here, hash 444. Also the other thing that we can do is to give it a padding. So padding of, let's say, 10 pixels like that, and then outline to be none. Outline will be having an outline of none like that, and then now we can be able to see how it looks like. So yeah, you can be able to see we have that part here, but you cannot be able to see like the input. So what I'm going to do, let's see why we cannot be able to see this input. And then here also we can add like let's add like a placeholder. So this one is a border, and then a border here you can be able to see we have the outline. I don't want to add outline none here. I think let me just remove the outline none so that we be able to see it here. So yes, you can be able to see that. You cannot be able to see the other part. So let me remove this part that we are calling the border, that we have this border here. So we are going to have, let me just make sure that we have like a border solid. Let me try and see border should be border solid, so that we'll be able to have that border. And then here I can be able to add like the border here should be maybe border 2. Let me try border something like that. Let me see if this will make sense. So let me save that, and here you can be able to see, yes, we have now this one here. And I want to also make sure that this is like faded in a way. So I'm going to add the number here to 5. So I don't want to change here. I want to change here to make it 5. And when I come back here, you'll be able to see that it will have faded. Or maybe let me add like maybe a like that. I think that, let me see how it looks like. So actually, let me see. I know where the problem is and where I'm making the mistake. So that is #55, and then I'm going to say now the outline to be none. So let me add here outline is none, like that. So I'm going to save this. So if I do that, you can be able to see now how it looks like. So I'm going to copy and paste this several times, like 2 times. So here we have the label also. For the date, we have the date here. So this one is expense date. And this one, we are going to change this type, or the input here. It should not be text, it should be date. And then also we have here for this one, I'm going to add number like that. And this one should be expense amount like that. So let's do this also. So if I do that, and then yeah, I'll be able to see all of this. And the other thing, I'm going to just make sure that also we have like the other part. Okay, here also we can have like a placeholder, but we can also be able to see. For example, here this one is we have a class name here for the input. So I'm going to add here placeholder, and this placeholder here we are going to add like let me add something like snacks. So what is placeholder? When you add placeholder here, you'll be able to see the suggestion here. For example, snacks, you can be able to see it. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to copy it here where we have the date. And for the date here, we can add something like maybe 20, and then May, and then 2024, like that. Also here we are going to add the placeholder again, and this time here we can add like $200 or maybe 50, like that. So let's see that. So you can be able to see how they look. You can choose from this calendar here if you do that. And then here again we are going to have a button. So let me add a button here in this card. So we have a button also. So button like that. And this button here, we are going to call it add expense, like that. So also here we need to style it, so class name. And then the first thing that we are going to give it is the background, so background color. So I'm going to give it a specific color, that is #AF, and then 8989, and then also 78, like that. So that color. And then also we are going to add text to be white. Text should be white. Also we are going to give it like a padding of 10 pixels. 10 pixels. We are going to have also border to be none, border none, and also we can have cursor pointer, and then margin Y or margin vertically to be 10, like that, 10 pixels, I think so. Now that is it. So let's see how it looks like. So if I come here, you'll be able to see now we have this part that we are having here as our button now. So when we also click here, we need to make sure that we hide this here. We need to hide, when we click this part, we need to hide this part. So let me do that by doing, we are going to make sure that we hide this, we can use state hook. So here I'm going to add like this, let me create it const, and then the variable, I'm going to say show add expense, like that. And also here I'm going to add set show add expense, like that. And then here we can be able to also to make sure that we use state. So import state, and here we can give it false, like that. So now after this, now because we have imported it, we can create a function. I want to create a function here, and then this function here, we are going to call it handle add expense, and then this will be an arrow function, so like that. And this one, it will be just for toggle. So I'm going to add here like the opposite. When you click this button, it will act, or it will change just the state of this, let's call it, actually this one should be set, we should call set show add expense, and this one will be just changing the state of our show add expense. So to start with, the show add expense here will be false, but when you click this button, it will toggle it to true. But when you toggle it, when you click it and this function is called again, you'll be able to change it to true. So let me show you how to do that. So if I come here, and then it is just up here. So I'm going to copy this like that, and then I'm going to show it with a condition that set or show add expense. If show add expense is true, then I'll be able to show this card like that. So, or this pop-up. So I'm going to also format my code like that. So you can be able to see now we are checking if the show add expense here is true, then we can show this pop-up. So if I come back again, you can be able to see we don't have it. Now what we need to do is to now make sure that when you click this button, you close it. So let me come here and add on click. So on click, and then here I'm going to add this handle add expense, like that. And also when you click the button, this add expense here, we need also to change the state of the show add expense. So on click here, and then I'm going also to give her here handle add expense, like that. And then when I save this like that, and then come back again, when you click that, you can be able to see that you can close it. Also, when you close this part, you can be able to see that, or when you click this button, you can be able to toggle in between showing and not showing this pop-up. So the other thing that I'm going to show in this part is also we are going to have this part here that you are having expense. And what I'm going to do, I'm going just to copy this part here that we are calling add expense. So expense amount until here, like that. I'm going to copy it, and then down here before also this part for input, I'm going to paste it like that, but I'm going to remove this part, this label and input, and then also the button like that. So here I have this part, and I want to format also my code. And this part here, now this is where we are going to show like our report or the pie chart, that is. So if I do this, also I'm going to make sure that also the other part that we have, make sure that we have given it like another space. So here on the left, we are going to give it 100 pixels like that. And then let's see how it will look like. So when you come back to our project here, you can be able to see now we have this, but now we are using another person's, you can see we are using another CRUD state. So I'm going to change the state here. So remove this here, and then remove this, and I'm going to create another state for showing report. So let me just create first of all a function. So let me paste this one, but I'm going to add or to say handle show report like that, and then this is an arrow function like that, and then we can be able to see it here. So now let's first thing, let me also make sure that we have a variable here. So and here also I'm going to make sure that we toggle it. So here we can be able to make sure that this one is different. So show, this one will be show report, and then here is set show report like that. Also now here we can be able to use now set show report, you can be able to see it here. And then the same as with the add expense, we can be able to toggle that show report. So you can see show report here. And now what we can be able to do is to make sure that we show this part or this pop-up here, we can be able to show it in with a condition. So here I'm going to handle show, handle show report here like that. And then here I'm going to copy all of it, or to cut all of it and show it with a condition. So show report, this one, and then if it is true, only then that we add, let me just show this card here or the pop-up. So I'm going to format this, and the other thing is also I'm going to add here and the button on click for the report. Also this one, when you click, so when you click this, let me just remove this. On click, we are going to show handle report, show report like that. So if I come back here and where we have this show report here, let's save that, and then we can be able to click here and also be able to control it here, showing it and also closing it. So I'm going to also see what we have here. We have this pie chart. So we are going to make sure that we add this pie chart now. To show the pie chart or to use the pie chart, we can use material UI. So we have material UI and then charts like that. And then here we can be able now to use the pie chart, actually we can just go direct to MUI pie charts, and let me see. So we have pie chart here. So I'm going to click the documentation here for Material UI. So, and actually when it loads here, we'll be able to see different types of pie chart. So if you want to create this pie chart, you can do that. Also, you can be able to see like this pie chart. And I'm going to use this pie chart because for me it looks very nice. But before that, you need to install Material UI. So I'm going to come here, get started. And to get started, we can be able to use, we are using npm here as our package manager. So I'm going to copy this, and then in my code here, I can be able to open the terminal. So open a new terminal here. So this is a new terminal, and I'm going to paste that command. So here, let me paste it like that. Also, I'm going to show you the documentation. So if you install it, first of all, you need to install this MUIX charts. And then the other thing is the charts here package has you can see it has a dependency that you need to install. This is emotion style. This is for styling also. And also you can be able to see, you need to install this styled engine. So let's see if it has finished installing. So also here, let me copy this, the other command. So here you need to install using these three here, because if you just use this, the first one, npm install at MUI chart, you'll not be able to use it. So let me just be able to also paste using the other command. So it is still installing. So let us wait. And also you can be reading this documentation on how, also this documentation is very good because also it show you things like how to make sure that the charts are speed, how to do stacking, styling, and you can be able to see gauge. So this is MUI or Material UI. I feel like it is very, very important to know as a software developer because it give you a lot of things to work with. Also things like data grid you can be able to use. So I'm going to also install this. I think these now are just small packages. So what I was talking about is that we can also be able to create a data grid here, which is very important because data grid is just a rich data table. So I'm going to see if this has completed. So we need also to install this styled engine here. So, and this is the last command now that you are going to start with. And also you can see here it is giving you how to use charts, like these are bar charts. And you can use bar chart with a line. You can see how easy it is to make sure that you create charts. So here, let me come here and also paste the other command. And now this is the last one, and then now we can be able to import it here. So we are going to import it now. So let us import this the pie chart here. Or then I can push this down here so that we have a space to work with. So now let's get to where we were with our pie chart. So because we have already installed now the other part or the other thing. So here I'm going to make sure that I copy this. So I can copy this like that and then use it up here, or import the pie chart. Actually, what have I done? So I want to make sure that I copy this. So I'm going to copy it like that. I'm going to paste it here up. And then the other thing is that I can be able now to use that other part here. So let me scroll down up to where, let me snacks, I think, no, this part here where we have report. So I'm going to use the pie chart here. So let's see. So I think I can use this. So I'm going to copy. Actually, I think I need to, let me just copy it the way it is, and then let's see if I can use it. And then here I can be able to use, I think from now here I can be able to add now the data. So let me just make sure that I format this code, and I cannot be able to format because I have error. Here you can see we have error. So let me just remove those three dots and then format the code. But now if I try and see if we have the, here we have the pie chart, you can see no data to display because it is empty. So let's see for the data, a pie chart that has data. So for example, this one here, so I can copy this and maybe paste it in my data part here. So like that, and then I'm going to format. Let me format this and then save. So if I come back again here, you can be able to see we have this pie chart now. You can see how easy it is to use this pie chart, and I can close it. So now the only thing that we have been left with is when we click this part, also we need to show the this card also. So to do that is very simple. I'm going to make sure that I add here another variable. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to add here. This one I'm going to add show edit. So show edit, and then here this one will be show edit like that. And then now here I'll be having another function. So right now you know what we are doing. So const handle show edit, and this is also an arrow function. And then here what we can do is that we can use set show edit like that, and then we can be able to negate the variable. So show edit like that. So now I'm going to create, or because if you come here into this project and click here, you'll be able to see we have this part here, and already you can see it is similar to this in a way, because this is for editing. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this part for adding the pop-up for adding the expense. So from here, so let me just copy this and like that until here. So I'm going to copy it, and then I'm going to paste it down here. After everything here, I'm going to use it here, and I'm going to show it conditionally. So I'm going to do show edit. You can be able to see here show edit, and here I can be able to use now this part like that. Let me see where the problem is. So I have a problem, so I think that's okay. So show edit, and let me add here, this one should be handle show edit like that, because this one will be for showing now or closing the edit part, and also this one for the edit here now. So let me add for the first expense here. So where is the first expense? We have the first expense here for the far edit here. I'm going to, let me add show edit on click, and then here we can have like show edit or handle. Let me just handle show edit like that, and then now our application is okay. So now let's save that, and then when I come back here and click this part, so this part here, you can be able to see but where it is displayed, but we want it to be here actually. So what we can do is to make sure that we we make sure that we place it where we want. So let us do that. To do that, we can come up here, but on the top here we can give it like 25%, and then also we can be able to make this not left but right. So this one is right to be 0. So let me just do that, and you can be able now to see it here. So I can close it, and then I can open it like that, and then I can close it. So that is it here. I want to now make sure that this is update. So let me update here, update. So update expense, or submit. You can just call it the way you want. So now this is, you can see it here, and can see also you can add the dates. It is very simple but also very good. So now we have finished now working on our interface. Now what we are going to do in the next video, we are going to make sure that when now we have the integration part, we are going to integrate our front end with our backend and also with our background services, so that the application will be fully functional. And that we will be ending our video here. So I'm going to see you in the next video where we are going to start integration. Hello and welcome back. So today we are going to start integration, and if you can see here, we have our Postman opened, and this one we are going to create few expenses in our database. And also here you can be able to see that I have opened our databases in MongoDB website. So what we are going to do, first of all, remember we are pushing our code to our GitHub. So what we are going to do here is first of all do that, because remember we are doing that in every video that we create. So here I'm going to first of all look at what we have in terms of branches. So git branch like that, can do that, and you can see here we are in a front end. And then we can be able to push, because in our last video is where we finish creating our front end. So I'll do git add, and then I'm going to commit to git and then commit. Yeah, so this one I'll just say finished front end creation like that. And then now we can be able to push. And remember, right now we are pushing front end branch. So this is a git push origin front end like that. So git push front end, let me put my passphrase. So my passphrase here, and then I'll be able to push my code. So if I push that, I'll be able to also make sure that I pull request. So I'm going to go to my GitHub. So this is my GitHub, and also I'm going to go to my repo, the repo that I'm pushing this code for expense. And here, right here, you can be able to see my repos. So let me open my repos, and then this is the repo that I'm pushing the code for. So let us go into this repo, and here you need to see this notification, and we need to compare and pull request. So I'm going to compare and pull request. Yeah, I'm going to create pull request here, and you can see now we are merging. We need to, first of all, GitHub need to check for compatibility, and then here I can do merge pull request and then confirm merge. As simple as that. So it is merging, so that is it. So now the other thing that I'm going to do is to make sure now I create another branch. So let me clear first of all, and then here I'll do git branch, and then this branch I'm going to call it integration here. So if I do that, and then I can do git checkout and then integration. So I think this is integration. So I want to get into this integration branch. So to switch to this integration branch, and if I do git branch right now, you can see here we have this git branch that I have switched to, that is called integration. So what I'm going to do is that, let me come back here to my this application. So in this Postman also, I want to just make sure that I add several expenses. So I'm going to create an expense that is called maybe let's add this one to be having a value of $50. And this one, I'm going to say it is an internet bill. So I'm going to send that request. Also, I'm going to create another one here. Let me say like something like $50, or maybe let me add like $20. This one will be, let's say, snacks. Let me call it snacks here. Snacks. And here I can change the date. Let's say the date was 18, and then this was in May here. And also I can be able to send this like that. The other thing is also I can change another bill. So let's create only 3. So here I can add this one is $100, and then I can say here for subscription services, subscription services, like that. And then also here I'll be able, or maybe I can just add subscription, and then the date here we can add the date to be maybe something like 22 May 2024. So I'm going to push this like that. And then if I now come back here into my database and then reload this, I'll be able to see all those 3 expenses that I have created. So like that. So let it reload. And now after reloading, you'll be able to see that it has saved those expenses in the database. So you can see we have the internet bill, we have the snacks bill, snacks expense, and also we have subscription. So these are just dummy expenses. You can create expenses that you want. And now let's get into this part of the front end here. First thing, because we are going now to fetch the data from our database, and not our from the database using our using my backend. So here I want to first of all make sure that my background services is running, and also my backend is running. Let me check here. So I'm going to push this a little bit, and here I want to make sure that this one is working. My backend is running. You can see it is running. Also my background services and my front end is running. So I'm going to push this down, and then I'm going to get into this part for the front end. And the other thing that I want to do is to make sure that I'm going to install Axios, because Axios will help us to make a request to our backend and then fetch our data and display it into this part that we are calling the front end. And this one will be using, we are going also to make sure that we can delete and also edit the data. So let's do that. So I'm going to install Axios. So I'm going to add here another terminal. So let's open another terminal here, and I'm going to install a package by the name Axios like that. And then also we can be able to create another file inside this here, inside this part that we are calling the src, or the source. Here we are going to create a file that I'm going to call request methods.js, like that. And this is where we are going to make sure that we create an instance that will help us to fetch our data. So let's do that. So first of all, first thing that I'm going to do is to make sure that here I'm going to import Axios. So Axios, or Axios, the way you want to pronounce it, from Axios. So Axios, I think this is we have installed it. So here, yes, I think unknown, command unknown. Oh, this is because I used npm Axios, and I need to make sure that I use npm install Axios. So Axios, like that. Let's see. So this is a very small package, so it won't take time to install, as you can see right now. So the other thing that I'm going to do is to make sure that I use So I'm going to create a base URL. So base underscore URL like that. And then here I can be able to make sure that I can add the URL of my backend. So here, this one, then HTTP, and then it is localhost because it is running on my computer. So this one is localhost, and then here we have like the port. Here my port is 5000, like that, because here you can be able to see that it is this one here. So, and then it is 5000. So also I'm going to go back into my code here, and then yeah, this one will be, I think it is okay. Maybe let me check here. So this one will be API and then version 1, I think, or even I don't think I need to add all of that. I think I should add expense or just leave it like that, because if I come here in my backend, I don't see if I have API slash version 1. And let me see. So yeah, this one is just expenses, so I'm going to leave it at that point. So I'm going into back to my this file here, so like that. And also here I can be able now to export and then create a function. So this one is, I'm going to call it public request here. And then here I'm going to be able to do Axios and create instance. So create, you can be able to see this function, and this function will have an object. So let me create an object inside here, and then we have base URL, you can see it here, and this one I'm going to give it my base URL here, like that, as simple as that. So you can see how easy it is. So this is not a semicolon. So I'm going to format my code. I think that's okay. And also I'm going to remove these extra spaces. I think I have a lot of spaces, but it's okay. Let me have those spaces. I don't think it's that bad. So let me close this and then get back to my this part that we are calling app.jsx. So here I want to create some other variables, and these variables are for collecting the data from my inputs. So the first one here, let me create it, or even I can be able to just let me create here. So this one is use state, also use state like that, use state, and then this one will be an empty text to start with. So I'm going to copy this like that. I'm going to paste it here and then several times. So here this one will be use state, and then this one I'm going to call this one the label. So the label, and also here we can say send label, and the label is the name of the expense. So here also I'm going to have another which is amount, and amount here we are going to also set amount here like that. And this one for amount here, actually it will be set to 0 initially. And also we have another one here which is for the date. So date, and then here we can be able to say set date like that, and then that's okay. So I'm going to also paste for other, for example, for now updating. So we are going to have, first of all, we have updated ID. I'll show you where we need to use it. So updated ID. So this is updated ID, and then set updated or updated ID like that. Also we need to have for the updated label. So here this one is updated label. I'm going to show you why I'm using this variable. So this one will be for correcting set updated label, and then also I can have the other one for the, let me see here, I can have for the updated value. So updated value like that. Here we can have like the updated, we are going to have updated. Let me just change here to updated amount. So updated amount, and then this one will be set updated amount, like that. So, and then set updated amount, and then the other one is for the date. So here we have, let me push this, let me add this. So here I'm going to have updated date, and then we can have set updated date, like that. So that's all. So now I'm going to use this to collect the data. So first of all, let me come here down and use them in this part here that we have this pop-up for updating or for collecting the data for expense. So first thing first, I have to come here to input the first input here. Let me just add here like the event on change that will help us to get the data from our this input. So here I'm going to add e, and then here I'm going to do now set. Here you can be able to set, we can be able to set here the label, and then here we can say dot target and then dot value. That's how you get the data from the input. So I'm going also to copy this and then use it here on for the date. So I'm going to paste here. So this one is for the date. I'm going to change this to set date. So we have this set date like that. Also for the amount here, we need to change this. So we need to add this for the amount. So this is set amount. Let me set amount here. And then now the other thing is we have the set amount, and then now we can just also use the other ones here at the pop-up for making sure that we update that expense. So let me just scroll down here, and in here we have this the label. So this one is for updating my label. So here you can see here this is set label, but now we are going to correct for the update. So for the updated label, so you can see here updated, set the updated label. Also for input here for the amount, that is. So or this one is for the date, I think so. So let me change here for this one will be for the updated date. You can see here like that, and then we have this for the amount here. So this one also I need to change this, and this one I'm going to add here updated amount. You can be able to see here we have updated amount like that. So now we have this, the other one for this part that we are calling we have this one here. Now we need also to use these ones here for these are label, amount, and everything. So what we are going to do is first of all to make sure that we can add the expenses to our database. So let's do that. So to do that, I'm going to make sure that I have another function here, and this function I'm going to call it handle expense. So let me create here handle expense like that. Here this is our function. So this is a function here. I'm going to add this one here, and also right here now I can be able to make sure that I send the data to my database. So here this is async, and I'm going to do try catch because it can fail, remember. So this one is try catch, and right here I can be able to await, and then this one I'm going to call my method now, the public request method, but I think I have not imported it, or I cannot be able to import it like without a completion. So here I'm going to import public request. So I'm going to import public request, let me see if I can also import it. Like let me just first of all import it from dot method request. You can see method request here, and I think now I need to import it like this. You can be able to see it, public request, like that. And now here I can be able to do await and then public request here, and then dot request dot post, that is, sorry. So you can see the method post, and then here I can be able to just have the route that I want to make sure that I put it, or where I want to post my my expenses data. So after now the route, we need to now give the data. So the first thing is the label or the name. Also we need to have the date, and also we need to have, and because these are just the name that we have in our database, and then the data that we are collecting up here, we don't need to do like here. We could do like an object label, and then we add label here. We can just give it like a label like that, and then the other one here, because the name of the amount in our database is value, then here we need to add the value, and then for us here is amount, because we are collecting using a variable that is called amount. So that is it. The other thing that I want to make sure is also here to console log the data, if we the error, that is, sorry. So we have the error. If we have the error, we need to console log it, and then now we can be able to use this function. And where should we need to make sure that we use this function is in the button here. We have this button. So this one is right here. Let me see it. So here for add expense, here we need to have another event that is called on click. So you can see the on click here, and then here is where I can have handle expense or handle expense like that. And then I'm going to come up here also, and to make sure that when I make sure that I add the expense in my database, if it is successful, then I need to reload that page to see that new expense. So here I'm going to add window. So we have this window, and then this is natively in JavaScript, and then location, and then dot reload. So like that. So that's how you reload the page. So that is it. Let me save that, and we can just make sure that we try that. So I'm going to come here into this app. I have to reload. You can see it is reloading here, and after that we'll be able to add the data to our database using now our application here. So I'm going here to add expense. So here I can be able to add, maybe this time is not, maybe this is maybe gasoline, and then maybe this here I can add the date is today. Let me choose this, and then I can add like $100, and then I'm going to click this add expense. So let's see what will happen. So if I click this, you can be able to see that it has reloaded. And I think when also you come here and then reload, you'll be able to see expenses with before expenses. So let's see. And here let's see if it will have been added. So here let's see. Yeah, you can see there are 4, and let us see which one we have added. For the one for the gasoline, so here we have this one, gasoline, $100. So let's get into our application again, and now this time I want to fetch this data and also make sure that I have displayed it here. So let's do that. Or to make sure that I fetch my data, I'm going to use another hook, and this hook is called use effect. So use effect here, I'm going to import it. First of all, let me make sure that it has been imported. So here you have seen this use effect here. So the use effect, you can be able to use it to fetch the data. And this is actually a function, and this function has two things. First thing, it has this function first argument is a function, and then we have another argument that is just an array here, and this is where you put it dependencies. So let me just come inside this function here, and inside this function I can do several things. Let me create a function inside here that is called fetch or get expenses like that, and then here I can be able to get that. Let me add here async, because this will be just a synchronous function. So async, and then here I can be able to now have this function. So it's just the same, creating a function and then you add async here. So this is the one that we are going to use to make sure that we fetch the data from our database. So I'm going to use try catch like that. Here I'm going also to make sure that I get the response from my data from my backend. So this is response, and then here I'm going to say await public request. So this is public request, and then this time is get, because we are getting the data from our backend. So this is expenses, the route, and then here, because this is a get, or we are fetching the data, we don't need to send any data to our backend. We need only to try and fetch the data. So here I need also to make sure that I have a variable so that will hold the expenses. So I'm going to make sure that I do that. So inside here I can have another variable that I'm going to call it expenses, and then here we have another function to set the expenses. So set the expenses, and here this one is use state like that, and then this one will be an empty array like that. So expenses and set expenses. So let's come back here, and now here we are going to set the expenses, add expenses, and then here this is res.data like that, because the response that we are getting from if we fetch the data, then the data will be inside the response.data. That's where you get the data. Here I can console log the error, so you get a meaningful error, but also you can be able to display that error. So that is it. And also I need to call this function inside this use effect here. So to do that, I'm going to make sure that let me just remove this, and here I need to call this function that is called now get expenses like that. And you can see how simple it is. So now we can be able to fetch this data. Let me format like that. Also, we can now come here where we have added our expenses manually. And the other thing that I want actually to make or to make sure that I do is now, because we have that data, and you can see here in this data for the pie chart here, before even I display it in this part that we have here, I need to display it inside this pie chart here. So to do that, because right here you can see the format of my data in this part, or in this data part of pie chart, you can see we need to have a value. That's why I named the amount in the database as value. Also here for the label, you need to, this one should be the name for our expense, and you can see the format that you need to display inside or in this data for pie chart. So I'm going to remove this because already we have done that, and then here I can include expenses like that, because that is just an array of data that we are going to fetch from our database. So if I do that, and I want to show you why I'm doing this, because this was just an array of data for this here. So I'm going to show you here in Postman. So if I come here to get all expenses, so let it load, and then you'll be able to send the request. Here I don't have that. Let me just get this, and then I can send that request, and then we'll be able to get now this data. So you can see this data here is just a data of this is an array that has data that contains object that holds the data for our expenses, and that's why we match it with the data here. So for pie chart, so if I save this, I should see like expense here. You can see we have now displayed from our database, because you can see this one is internet bill, this is snacks, this is subscription. So you can see already we are displaying it here in our pie chart. So now the other thing that I want to do is to make sure that I display it here, and that is very simple. So let me just scroll down here. So I'm going to first of all make sure that I just delete these dummy expenses here. So for the first one, you can see we have like this one for the internet bill. So I'm going to actually remove it like that. And then let me see if I'm doing the right way, because if I'm not doing the right way, I need to get the data. I need to get the error. So let me remove also this one. So I'm going to remove this, and I want to be left with only one. So we have also this one here. And then now we can format our code first of all, like that. So let's see. So if you do that, you can see here you have been left with only one. So that is what we want. And now because we have this one here, we need to also remove it. But this time is not like removing entirely, it's just cutting it. So let me just see where I need to cut it. So let me get it here. You can see right here is where we have matched it there, and then remove it. And then inside here now I can be able to first of all make sure that I get the expenses, and then expenses is just array of data. So I'm going to map through, and this is to loop through the expenses. So I'm going to get expense or the data. I'm actually going to call it item or an expense. Let me call it expense. It makes sense. An expense, and then here also index. And then here when I'm looping, I can have now, I'm going to return now this card or this information like that. So I think this cannot happen because I need to create a root fragment here. So let me see if that is the problem. So if I do that, yeah, you can be able to see now we don't have that problem. So now the other thing that I need to do is to make sure that I use these expenses now. But first of all, I need to make sure that I have a key. So I'm going to come here and to have a key here, and this key will have it, we are going to assign it the index like that. So I think that should work. Yes, like that. And also we have expense here. So we have not used this expense, but I'm going to use it. So let me call it item so that it doesn't conflict with other naming. So I'm going to call now this one. I'm going to get the expense dot label, because that is the name. Also we are going to get the other things here that we are going to get is the date. So here this one is the date. So I'm going to get here expense dot date like that, and then the rest here is the amount. So I'm going to add here the expense. This one is not expenses but expense. Actually, have I changed that? I think I have changed. Yeah, it should be item, not expenses. I don't know why I'm doing that. So this is item. Also, this is item here. So this is item. And also here you need to have item dot value like that. So let me see if I will display that data. So if I do this, because here we are looping through and then displaying that data in our front end, let's see if that works. So you can see here, actually it works. So we have that, and now we have to make sure that we can delete. So to delete is a very simple task. So we are going to come here into our this icon file trash, and then here we can be able to do that. So let me do that. So here is on click like that, and then here I'm going to first of all make sure that I get the data. So here I need to make sure that I get the ID. So I'm going to have this function that I'm going to call handle delete delete here, and this here I'm going to get an argument that is called item dot underscore id, because if you check here we need to get the id so that we make sure that we delete using that id. So, and you can see here this is not dot id, it is dot underscore id, because that's how Mongo displays its id. So like that, and then I need to make sure that I create this function. So I'm going to come here up here, and then I'm going to do that. So this one I'm going to add const handle delete like that, and then here I need to have an id, and then this is an argument, and then like that. So this one here should be an id. Let me see. Id is declared, but its value is never read. So this one also, it should be async, because here I need to delete the data or this expense from the database, and we need to pass this ID so that we can know which expense that we need to delete. So here I'm going to add try catch also, and then this one here I'm going to do await, and then public request like that, and then dot now delete, because this time is deleting. And then when we delete here, we are going to delete from this part here, or from this route, and here I can use backtick so that I pass in the id. So this one should be slash expenses. You can see expenses here, and then here we can add the id using this interpolation. And then if we successfully delete that from our database, we can reload now also to display the data. So location window.location.reload like that, and then here we can console log here the error like that. So that is it. So here I'm also going to format my code like that. I'm going to format my code, and then I can save this. So you can see how you can be able to do the deletion, and you can do delete like this. So let me just try and delete maybe this one here. So I'm going to delete for the gasoline, and when I click that and then reload, you can be able to see we have 3. If you click again, you'll be able to see, okay, for example, let me delete for the internet here. If I click that, you can see now we have been left with 2. The same if you go to database and reload, you'll be able to see that there you have been left with 2. So now let's look at how we can also be able to update now how we need to update this part where we have this pop-up, and by updating the expense, you also need to get the ID. So I'm going back to this part here where we have this part. This icon, let me see the icon here. So we have the icon down here. So for the far edit here, we have this handle, the show edit. So what I'm going to do here is that I'm going also to make sure that I get the ID, and I'm going to show you why. So this we have now, we can get the item dot underscore ID like that. And then now we can use this ID first of all. So let's come up here in the show for showing the ID. So handle show here. So let me scroll up here into, let me see that function, this one. And then here we need to accept the ID. And then here I want to set, and then I want to set the update ID. So you can see this set updated ID. So this is where we are going to store our ID now, like that. And now we need now to create another function for updating, that when we click this part, when we add the expense name, the date, and also the amount, when we click this update expense, it should run that function. So now we can do that. So actually I can build that function down here, and this will be very simple also. So let's do that. So here I'm going to have update expense function, like that, and this one here is just a function. So this is an arrow function, and this one also, it is asynchronous, so I'm going to add async. So inside here I can be able first of all to check if I have updated ID. So if I have updated ID here, like that, then I can proceed with updating that expense, because that means we know which ID to that or which expense to be updated. So here inside now, this is where I can do try catch. So try catch like that, we can be able to make sure that here I do await public request here, and then this one is a put function. So for updating, so here also I can have expense, you can use backtick here. So this one is expenses, and then this one is ID, or I can use updated ID. So this one here, and then here I need to also send the data that I want to update. So first of all, I can have the value. So the value here, and also here I can send the updated amount. So updated amount, also I can send now the label, which is our expense name, and this one is updated expense, updated, let me see, update expense or updated expense. I cannot be able, oh, this one, updated label. And then here I can have now the date, of which now the date will be updated date. So here we have updated date like that. So you can see how simple it will be. And also here I can reload also the page again if I am successfully I have successfully updated that. So this one is window.location dot reload, like that. And this one is reload. I think reload should be typed like that, yes. So this one here, and then like that, and then also I can console log the error here, console log, and then this is error like that. So you can see how simple it is. So I'm going to use that function, this function that we called update expense. So this one here, update expense, or even I can call it handle update expense, updated expense, or update expense. So I'm going to copy this, and here I'm going to format my code like that. So I'm going to scroll down here until where we have now this button for updating expense. So this one is here on click function, and in here I can be able to paste now this function here like that. So you can see how simple it will be. And then now I can format this. So I'm going to format that, and then let me try and update this next to be the internet. So I'm going to care here to be internet. Here the date may be something like date 23, and then here is $50. So if I click here and need to reload here, you can see this one has been updated now. So now the functionality that have been left is to search here, and I want to use ChatGPT to do that for me. So let me first of all also make sure that I format this like that. So I want to show you how you can now be able to use ChatGPT to make sure that it has or it has helped you to make sure that also you code other places. So I want to use ChatGPT to have this search functionality working. So I'm going to come here, and first thing I'm going also to copy the whole data here, or this code, this page here, and I'm going to go to ChatGPT. So this here, I have a ChatGPT. So I'm going to reload it, and then I can come here down, and I will be telling it what I want. So for example, here I'm going to tell ChatGPT. So let me tell ChatGPT here, I have this React page for an expense for an expense app, expense tracker app, and I want to implement such functionality. So I have an input. I have an input for search. So I can tell ChatGPT, can you make functionality to search like that. So I'm going to make sure that I add the data now, and rewrite the code for me, so like that. So I'm going to give it like this code, the whole code. So let me give it like that, and then let's see if it will create the searching functionality. So it is rewriting the code right here. You can be able to see it is writing the code for me. Also, it needs to add the functionality for searching through our expense, and we'll be able to see. And here already you can see it is, I think it is doing that. So it is doing the same. And here I want to see it working. So let's see, it's working, and let's see, let us pause until it finishes. So right here you can be able to see in this updated code added a search term. So it has added the search term, added a filtered expenses. You can be able to see that, and updated the handle search functionality to filter expenses based on the search term, updated the rendering of expenses to display filtered expenses instead of expenses, added the total expenses amount to the report section. You can actually see it has added the total expenses amount to the report section here. So that is very, very good for the ChatGPT to do. So I'm going to copy this here, the code, and then inside this part here, I can be able to just Control A to select everything, and then place it with the updated code now. So if I save this, and then let's come back to my application here, and then I'm going to reload it. You can be able to see nothing breaks, but when I try and search here, you can be able to see I'm getting now using the functionality here. I can, the functionality from my ChatGPT, I can be able to get the to search, that is for subscription. You can be able to see here. So how easy it is that, and also for the report here, you can be able to see actually ChatGPT is giving us like the total expense here, because we had never, or we had not implemented the seeing the total expense here. So the other thing that I want to do is when I click here and add something, like let me try and add another expense here. For example, like the one that we had for gasoline. So for the gasoline here, I want to add that expense 22 here. I can add this amount. So it is reloading, and when it reloads and you look for the report here, you can see the report is updated, and also the total expense is updated. So you can see how how easy it is or how great it is. And then if I want to search for gasoline, you can be able to see it here. And also it is case insensitive, so like that. I think that's a very, very good functionality. So now we have finished our application, the things that I wanted to show you in this functionality, but we have the only one thing that is left, and that is our background services, how our background services is working. So let's come here and see if our background services is still working. So I'm going to open this terminal here. So open the terminal, and then right here I'm going to see if that is still working. So we have the background services here, and background services is still running, and it is running after every second. But now if we just make sure, it is checking if our expenses are above $10,000, and if they are above $10,000, then it means that it will send email to us. But then again, because right now we have not, for our total expenses is not more than $10,000, we have like $250 here, then we cannot receive that email. It is checking, and then it is not sending the email because we have not exceeded $10,000. So I'm going to open an email that I received that warning email from my background services, and it is this email here. So I want to see if I add an expense that will surpass $10,000, if it will send the email. So let me come here, and the other thing is, let me add an expense here, and this expense I'll just say a car, and this one I want to give it an expense here to be date 20, but this time this one will be $10,000 here. So when I click this, and then now you can be able to see my report here is above $10,000. I need to receive an email here. So let's see if we are getting an email. So you can see the warning email here. So let me just stop these background services because it will keep sending that email. So you can see I have received this warning email here. So please review your expenses. Your total expenses is $10,250. So you need to review your expenses. So you can see how easy it is. And then the last thing that I want to do is to make sure that now I push my code to my GitHub. So let me come here, and right now we are in the integration, so I can do git add and then this part, and then commit the changes, and here I can say and finished my project, finished, let me finish or completed the project like that. And then I can push now, git push origin, and then this time is this branch that we are calling integration because that's where we are working on. So this is integration. Let's see. So let's push this. So let me enter my passphrase like that, and then let me push now my code. So I have pushed my code. So let's come back to my GitHub here. And in my GitHub, I need to also go to this repo that is called, so let me go into my repo, and I want to select this repo here that is called YouTube Expense Tracker app, and this is where we are pushing our code to. So compare and pull request again, and then here I need to merge the pull request like that. And then the last thing that I want to do here is I want to merge the pull request and then confirm merge like that. You can see how simple it will be. And also if I come here to the insight and then here to the network, and here you can be able to see my network here and how I have created this project. So that is it. I wanted to show you all about creating this expense tracker app. I hope that you have learned a lot from this, and from now you can be able to create a full stack application, even if they are simple, but now you have understood the whole ecosystem. So now the other thing that I want to show you is not for you not to forget to subscribe to my YouTube channel and also like this video, so that also I can be able to continue creating this beautiful project and also these beautiful applications for you. So that is it. If you need any help with your project, also you can contact me using this email here. You can see we have this email back here, this email. You can be able to contact me using this email, and also this is the email for this YouTube channel, so you can use this, and you can reach me if it is a project for the school or the project that need to go to production for your customers. Please reach out to me through this email. So that is it. See you in the next project. Have a great